We will now have a moment of silent prayer or meditation. You may be seated. Thank you, honorable members. Good afternoon. In accordance with Council Rule 247.1, there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice, except for the motions on the order paper. We now come to the first motion on the order paper. But before that, let me welcome the Minister of Sport in the House and all permanent delegates that are present today. I think we can now start with the first motion on the order paper as printed in the name of the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move that notwithstanding Rule 247, subsection 1, which provides that the sitting of the Council will be dedicated for oral questions, the Council considers the motion below reports of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlements. 2, can I proceed, Deputy Chair?
I'm sorry, Chief Whip, we also need to consult with the table as often as we can. Chief Whip, no, we need to deal with each question separately. So, as there is no speakers list, I will now put the question. The question, Honorable Mikalakis, is there order?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Yes, it's a point of order. My apologies.
Yes.
Deputy Chair, I have, and please rule me out of order if I need to take this point up a bit later. However, I have addressed a letter of some concern to the committee chairperson. The Chief Whip has received it as well as the chairperson of the council, in a matter that some of these reports that will be coming to the House today have been considered by a subcommittee which we are very concerned has not been constituted in terms of the House rules, which would, if we are correct, have to effect that this House would be considering a report that is actually not have been considered in terms of the rules of the House. This would be a great concern to us, and surely if a subcommittee that was not properly constituted in terms of the rules of the House considered something, that it would be irregular ultimately for the House to then consider such a report. I would like to ask your guidance on this so that the House is not placed in a position where we are actually asked to consider reports that, according to me, are not in terms of the rules of the House. So I just need your clarity on that to prevent the House being put in such a position. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Honorable Member, I have not received the letter as for me to know the content of what you are speaking about. But would it be unfair if I request that when we get to the specific report, that we then discuss it? Because this is generally about the orders that is there for the day. But if we get to the specific report, you just raise it again and then we can see how we respond or how we deal with it.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm happy with that. It is going to be included in our declarations. You are the guardian of the rules of the House, and to make sure that we are in line with the procedures, I just feel it necessary for me to make you aware of this so that we do not end up approving things that are not done in terms of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mikalakis. The problem is just that, like I said, there is no detail at the moment. So let us deal with the detail when we get to the specific issue. Thank you. Because I don't think it have any deterrent on what we are going to do now, the fact that we are going to put the question. Thank you, Honorable Mikalakis. we are now going to this, to the fact that we are going to put the question because there is no speakers list. And the question is that the motion put by the Chief Whip, which is that we consider the motions and reports of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance, as the decision is dealt with in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, I shall first ascertain whether all the delegation heads are present in the chamber to cast their province's votes. Are all the delegation heads present? Eastern Cape, you are here?
Yes.
Before we first want to determine whether everyone is here. Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, West, Northwest, and the Western Cape. Thank you very much. All delegations are well represented. So in accordance with Rule 71, I want to allow the provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote if they so wish. They've got a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration if there is a declaration. That is on the question. If none, can we then continue to the manual voting on this question, which will be done in alphabetical order per province. I will now call upon the provinces. Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape support the report.
the question is, okay. The motion. Free State,
Free State is in support of the motion. Thanks.
Gauteng,
Support of the motion.
KwaZulu-Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal, I support a
Limpopo,
Limpopo supports.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga support.
Northern Cape,
Kapa Bokone, Etlatsa Titi.
Northwest. Can we get it on record, please, Northwest?
I support the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Thank you very much. That now, if all the heads of delegations have voted, we are going to close the voting. It is clear that all the provinces are in favor of the motion, and I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now come to the second motion on the order paper as printed in the name of the Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I move that the Council, with the concurrence of the National Assembly, appoint Dr. M.S. Motshekga to replace Metiar Modise, the Speaker of the National Assembly, as a member of the Pan-African Parliament. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. As there is no speakers list, I shall now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote if they so wish. And I just want to put it that it is members of the National Assembly, but in accordance with the rules, Parliament needs to agree. And as a second House of Parliament, we need to agree on this motion. So, any declarations from provinces? If none, we shall now proceed to the manual voting on the question, and I shall do this in alphabetical order per province again. I now call upon the provinces. Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape support the motion.
Free State,
Free State is in favor of the motion.
Gauteng,
Gauteng supports the motion.
KwaZulu-Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal, I support a motion.
Limpopo,
Limpopo supports.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga support.
Northern Cape,
Northern Cape support the motion.
Northwest,
Northwest support the motion.
Western Cape,
Steun die mosie.
Ondersteun, dankie. Have all the heads of delegations voted? It seems so, so we will now close the voting. Thank you very much to the provinces. We are going to move and see whether the first one, they said there should be manual voting. The declarations and the voting have taken place. So we are now closing the voting. Sorry, I am allowed to get a little bit confused. if there are so many votings and votings. All the provinces voted in favor of the motion, Chief Whip, so we therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Now, I think we are going, according to the order paper, or according to the guide in front of me, we will go to the questions now. Is it correct? Is it correct? Is that we're supposed to deal with the, okay, we're supposed to deal with the reports. So you gave me a outdated order, this guide is outdated, thank you. We have dealt with the two motions in front of us. We will now continue and we will ask the secretary to read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlement, inspection in Loco on notice of intervention issued in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution of 1996 in Mtubatuba Local Municipality, KwaZulu-Natal Province.
Is it the issue, Honorable Mikalakis, that you wanted to raise an issue on?
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Indeed, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, the issue that I have, and I have now quickly spoken to the Chief Whip again, but obviously he is busy reading through the documentation again, so I can't speak for him. But the concern that I have is that the inspection in Loco, both in this report and the next one, were done by subcommittees of the Select Committee. Now, if I read the rules correctly, it's Rule 106 and I think Rule 83, that the subcommittee must be put together with an official mandate and an official composition agreed by the Select Committee. Now, this was never officially agreed to and mandated by an official meeting of the Select Committee. So that would make the subcommittee effectively irregular. Now, if the inspection in Loco was done by two subcommittees that weren't constituted in terms of the rules, it would make the whole inspection in Loco irregular. My suggestion would be to be fair towards the Chief Whip, that perhaps these two motions stand down for Council at least to be able to make a sound decision. But it would be very dangerous, in my opinion, for us to be required, or at least the provincial whips, to be required to approve something that has not been done in terms of the rules. So I would propose that we at least get some clear advice from the table to say whether Council is actually in a position to approve this report from a subcommittee which is, in my opinion, not mandated by the Select Committee itself. I just feel it my duty to caution you to this before we make an irregular decision. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mikalakis. If I may ask you, after the two groups went to their different ways, did the committee meet to approve or to make the recommendation to the House, the report, the full committee?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Yes, they did meet. However, Deputy Chairperson, in my opinion, the whole reason why there is a requirement in the rules for subcommittees to be...
Are you, sorry, excuse me, Agbara Mikalakis, there is a point of order. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm rising in terms of Rule 49. I'm rising in terms of Rule 49. The Honorable Member is anticipating, and he has been consistent in raising matters that must still be tabled. And therefore, in terms of Rule 49 of this House, you can't allow a member to anticipate matters. Can the matter formally be tabled so that we are then able to deliberate on the matter? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Nyambi.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. The first thing is the one of Honorable Muyemang, the issue of anticipation. The second issue is your clarification that you don't have the letter from Honorable Michalakis. So for that reason, in terms of the rules of the NCOP, provinces or parties, after a report has been tabled in the NCOP, are allowed to make their declarations. So for that reason, that the chairperson of the relevant select committee will make the report in the NCOP, and the provinces are going to be allowed to do their own declarations. So that issue can be attended as such. If there is an issue of a letter, it will be inappropriate to subject you, Deputy Chairperson, to discuss a letter without knowing the content of the letter. So for that reason, that is why I say it won't be an appropriate forum to deal with the view that is being proposed by Honorable Michalakis.
Honorable Michalakis, I will allow you before I rule on this.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Honourable Deputy Chair, I am merely reacting to your own requests to address you on this. And I would like to also add that I am not a province, so I'm not in a position to make a declaration. However, I do feel that individual members, we have a duty to indicate to you if we see that council is at risk to maybe make a decision that might compromise the integrity of this House. That is why I'm raising this with you now. On your question whether the committee did meet, yes, they did meet afterwards. However, we have a principle in the Constitution such as participatory democracy, and I think that is why it puts the requirement in the rules of a select committee to constitute with a mandate and also to determine the constitution of the two subcommittees beforehand, for the simple fact that we're a big party with more than one representative. If the committee splits in two, we will be able to send someone to each inspection in Loco. However, there are smaller parties which are important for participatory democracy who perhaps have one member on the committee who can't be in two places at once. Now, if you want to say that we champion the constitutional principle of participatory democracy, then you can't expect a smaller party with one member to be in two places at once, and that compromises our principles of participatory democracy. So it's for that reason why I say that it might be found irregular and unfair towards all the people represented in this House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Michalakis. Two issues. The one is the order that was raised, that is very relevant and valid. Secondly, the fact is that you are bringing a matter that should have been resolved before and in the committee, before it reached this table. And that is the reason why I'm ruling that we will continue, and we will then allow parties to make declarations, and we will also request the chairperson, if he have received the letter, to respond to you in accordance with the letter that came to him. So for that matter, we will now request the secretary to read the first order of the day. Thank you.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlement, inspection in Loco on notice of intervention issued in terms of section 1391B of the Constitution of 1996 in Mtubatuba local municipality, KwaZulu-Natal province.
Thank you very much. We will now call on the Honorable Dodovu to table the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, for the opportunity. I'm going to present the first report in respect of the local inspection visit in the Mtubatuba local municipality. And at the end, I will then respond to the letter as you requested. The Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, having regard to the notice of intervention invoked by the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal in the Mtubatuba local municipality in terms of section 1391B of the Constitution, embarked on an in-loco inspection visit of the municipality on Tuesday, the 3rd of September 2019. The multi-party delegation of the Select Committee interacted with the officials of the department in the province, the different stakeholders, as well as the administrator appointed by the department to speed up implementation of the approved turnaround plan for the overall improvement of its state of performance and compliance in the municipality. The main objectives of the visit were also to interact with stakeholders in order to solicit their views and opinions on the constitutional, procedural, and substantive matters related to the invocation of the measures. The problems of Mtubatuba municipality are largely related to the political infightings and divisions among the political parties. After the 2016 local government elections, there was no party in Mtubatuba which received an outright majority. The main political parties, namely the IFP and the ANC, both secured 18 seats, with other smaller parties receiving smaller numbers, and in this regard, DA 2 seats and the EFF 1 seat. The apparent dysfunctionality of the council is evident in the failed several council meetings and other structures of council. As a result, service delivery has been badly affected, with the municipality failing to deal with the long-standing proliferation of refuse, especially in the town of Mtubatuba and St. Lucia. On financial management, the council failed to adopt the annual report, submit the financial statements and the audit plans. The municipality has also failed to deal with the irregular, wasteful, fruitless, and unauthorized expenditure. And in this regard, the municipality also failed to take reasonable steps to correct the situation. And one of the key issues was consequence management. For those who deviated, the municipality couldn't take an action, especially on senior positions within the municipality. Having noted the above, the following observations were made by the committee: that in terms of the constitutional and procedural matters, the select committee, that the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal did indeed inform the Minister of COCTA, the NCOP, and the relevant legislature about the intervention. And the Minister of COCTA approved the intervention within 21 days as prescribed by the Constitution. That the NCOP has until the 9th of September, that is next week, to make a determination on the intervention, whether it approves it or not. The high number of potholes, neglect of refuse collection, poor maintenance of street lights, aging road infrastructure in the municipality was a reflection of poorly managed budgets, as well as staff and skill shortages, and clearly negatively impact on the infrastructure conditions. The long-term consequences include asset stripping and lower the service levels that in all likelihood also negatively affected the sustainability and economic investment, as well as this raises the likelihood of service delivery protests. The Select Committee observed that the municipality was provided with financial support of 6 million rand for the electrification in Ward 8, Mfekai, and 5 million rand for electrification in Ward 8 and Ward 12. The municipality was provided with hands-on support in the process of developing a credible general valuation role, and despite this support, all the recommendations from COCTA were not implemented by the municipality. Further, the municipality was provided with hands-on support in the appointment of all its current senior managers. The municipality has also been supported in the appointment of the current acting director of technical services. It has all been observed, Honorable Chair, that some of the problems facing the Mtubatuba local municipality could be a thing of the past if the councillors and political parties were working together to prioritize service delivery, but instead of working against each other. It should be remembered that councillors are elected to represent local communities on municipal councils, on municipal councils to ensure that these people receive their own services. And in this particular regard, it is important to state that the councils must meet the priority needs of communities by providing equitable services, effective and sustainable services within the municipality. The intervention approach and outcomes must give effect to the spirit of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations. And in this particular instance, the municipality must play an important role in terms of filling up vacancies, and one of the key vacancies of CFO remains vacant. And in this particular instance, the Select Committee is of the opinion that the ultimate exit strategy in the municipality will have to address the change management imperatives, report all cases of corruption to law enforcement agencies, implement governance systems and procedures, skills transfer, capability of the municipality to function effectively, implementation of remedial actions, dealing with negative findings from the Auditor General, and institutionalizing new standard operating procedures. Having regard of all these particular issues mentioned here, the committee recommends the following in terms of the Mtubatuba local municipality. That the NEC approves the intervention in Mtubatuba local municipality in terms of section 1391B of the Constitution.
Order, members, order. Order.
The administrator should fast track the process of appointing and filling of section 57 managers, in particular the municipal manager and chief financial officer. The absence in filling these positions might result in relentless delays in the implementation of the intervention recovery plan and the facilitation of skills transfer. Quarterly reports should be tabled to the NCOP and the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature by the MEC of Kokta in KwaZulu-Natal on the implementation of the intervention in the municipality. These quarterly reports will play an important role in assisting the NCOP review process and in deciding whether or not the continuation of the intervention is necessary. That the KwaZulu-Natal MEC of Kokta should table the report on the termination of the intervention in terms of section 1391B of the Constitution to the NCOP and the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature. And lastly, the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance, in cooperation with the relevant portfolio committee in KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, should, after the termination of the intervention, conduct a follow-up oversight visit to the municipality in order to evaluate the impact of the intervention in accordance with the terms of reference of the administrator. This is the recommendations that we're placing forward in terms of in the House itself, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Having said that, let me respond to the issues as raised by Honorable Mikalakis.
We have ruled on that issue. We have ruled on that issue. Let us not respond to it now. We have ruled on that issue.
Having said that, I present the report for consideration by the House. Thank you very much.
That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. The question is that the report be agreed to. And in accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote if they so wish. Yes, Western Cape.
Dankie, goeiemiddag, achtbare ondervoorsitter. Ek wil net voor ons wel begin. Dit is kommerwekkend dat met alles wat plaasvind in ons land, dat ons as parlementariërs niks gesê het vandag. Ons moet nie net in woorde nie, maar ook in dade sê dat ons staan in solidariteit met almal, want dit is op die oomblik in ons land is daar 'n oorlogsone en ons kinders in die
Agbare
land.
lid, ons is nou hier by hierdie vraag rondom Mtubatuba. Ons sal definitief by die punt kom waar ons iets sal sê. Ongelukkig vandag was daar die moties nie. En dit is die rede waarom ons ook nie direk moties miskien gevra daaroor nie. Ons moet ons daaroor uitspreek, ons het ons daaroor uitgespreek as die parlement. Maar ek dink kan ons net eers die vraag hanteer, asseblief.
I take your point, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. You also have you can give people the opportunity to say something that's not on the point, and I do think that this is critically important. But I'll take your ruling and then we'll move on. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, firstly, we want to state that we are not against the intervention in principle, provided that the constitutional requirement in terms of section 139(2)(c, that the NCOP needs to review the intervention regularly, needs to be enforced. For the past few years, the National Council of Provinces has not fulfilled this duty. However, our issue is of a procedural nature. We are part of a democracy, and the principle of participatory democracy is paramount. This means that all parties and all provinces, in our case, represented here should get a chance to take part in this chamber and its committees, as they are designated. Rules 87 and 106 of the Council rules also set out how subcommittees should be formed. Neither the mandate or the composition of the two subcommittees who did this oversight that led to the approval of these interventions were approved by the Select Committee during an official meeting. In this regard, we did write to the chairperson of the Select Committee, who received this information before he came here today, as well as the chairperson of the NCOP, but both have ignored the correspondence and no reply was received. Such is the complete disregard for the democratic principles. 180 days is afforded for the NCOP to approve an intervention. This House did not dissolve like the NA before the elections, and during the past 6 months it had ample opportunity to fulfill its constitutional mandate. But the ANC failed the people of Mtubatuba. It much rather preferred to focus on retaining KZN by a slim margin and to focus on infighting about who must be committee chairpersons after the election than to bother with this constitutional mandate. So this intervention was a rush job. This intervention is procedurally flawed on the side of the NCOP, and we cannot support this report. Thank you.
There is only one thing that I want to correct. With regards to the issue of the chairperson of the Select Committee, he indeed wanted to respond on the issue, but we request him not, since we are dealing with this issue. And with regards to the chairperson, we cannot speak for him because he's currently not in the country. I just want to correct that one. With regards to the content matter, I mean the party is entitled or the province is entitled to their view. So that dealt with declarations, unless there are any other, and we are going to proceed to the voting on the question, and we will do it in alphabetical order per province. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape supports the report.
Free State?
Free State support the report.
Gauteng?
Gauteng supports the report.
KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal supports the report.
Limpopo?
Limpopo supports.
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support.
Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support the report, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Northwest?
Deputy Chair, Northwest support the report.
Western Cape?
For the reasons stated, we cannot support this report.
Thank you. We have more than at least 8 provinces voted in favor of the motion, and therefore I declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We will then now request the Secretary to read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlement, inspection in Loco on notice of intervention issued in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution of 1996 in Msunduzi local municipality, KwaZulu-Natal province.
Before we continue with the speakers list, I just want to draw the attention of the members to the fact that there was 2 reports, but the final report is the last one that members have received or will receive. It is also loaded onto the system for members to have the correct report that will be tabled now in front of you. That is with regards to Msunduzi local municipality. And we will then now request the Honorable Dodovu to come and table the report.
Thank you once more, Deputy Chairperson. This past Tuesday, on the 3rd of September, the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance visited the Msunduzi local municipality in Pietermaritzburg of the KwaZulu-Natal province. Our visit was in compliance with the constitutional imperative that within 180 days after the provincial government places the municipality under administration, this House of Parliament must conduct an investigation, consider the report, and decide to either approve or disapprove the intervention. In this case, our multi-party committee, which consisted of DA as well, was exercising this role because on the 15th of April 2019, the MEC of Kokta in KwaZulu-Natal tabled to the chairperson of the NCOP the notice of intervention in terms of section 1391B of the Constitution. Honorable Chair, the main objective of the local inspection visit was to interact with the internal and external stakeholders of the municipality in order to solicit their views on the constitutional and procedural matters relating to the invocation. These stakeholders included the senior officials in the Department of Kokta, the appointed administrator, representatives of the 7 political parties in the council, SALGA, the Pietermaritzburg Business Chamber, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and Amakosi, which were represented by Nkosi Esizwe Mkhize. During the interaction, our committee established that the Msunduzi local municipality was in deep crisis and was unable to fulfill its constitutional obligations. According to the stakeholders, among the problems which rendered the municipality dysfunctional were the following: the political divisions and infightings within the municipality, the audit outcomes which were worsening, with the municipality descending from clean audits to disclaimers. There was poor accountability and no consequence for poor performance, maladministration, and corruption. The municipal manager, who worsened his financial position, was under suspension. The debt owed to municipality was getting out of control, and the municipality was unable to meet its financial obligations. Over the years, the irregular, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure was increasing, and the municipality was regressing in terms of service delivery, and there were massive supply chain transgressions. Honorable Chair, it is important to mention that this was the second intervention by the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal on the municipality, with the first one invoked in 2010. Unfortunately, the same problems persisted, and the appointment of the municipal manager exacerbated the situation. The findings of and observations of the Select Committee are as follows. The Select Committee has observed and noted that the MEC accordingly notified the local municipality on the substantive matters of intervention on the 6th of May, and he did introduce the intervention team and the terms of reference to the local municipality on the 16th of July 2019. That accordingly, the provincial government informed the National Minister of Kokta within 14 days, as well as the National Council of Provinces. That the Select Committee has further noted that the MEC of COCTA has notified and met all the constitutional requirements in terms of processing this particular matter. The Select Committee observed and noted that the department has provided support to the municipality in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution prior to the invocation of Section 139 of the Constitution. Having conducted the oversight visit to Msunduzi local municipality and interacted with internal and external stakeholders, this Select Committee on Cooperative Governance recommends the following to the House: that the NCOP approves the intervention in Msunduzi local municipality in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution as well as Section 1395 of the Constitution. That the KwaZulu-Natal MEC of COCTA should, upon approval of this intervention, table quarterly reports on the implementation of the financial recovery plan. That the administrator should focus on the approved terms of reference that are time-framed, produce and table quarterly report in this regard as well. That the administrator's report should be accompanied by a monthly internal audit report reflecting on the state of performance and compliance of the municipality across all functional units. That the municipal council should conduct oversight of performance and compliance of the municipality, including implementation of consequence management for wrongdoing, and where necessary, report all elements of criminality to the South African Police Service. The appointment of administrator should ensure the tabling of all outstanding reports, including forensic investigations, to the council within a period of 14 days. That the administrator should fast-track the process of filling of all vacant senior management positions, including all those in key skilled areas. The Select Committee should, in collaboration with the Portfolio Committee in the KwaZulu-Natal province, conduct follow-up visits within a period of 60 days on the status of implementation of its recommendations and resolutions of the National Council of Provinces, yes. That the KwaZulu-Natal MEC of COCTA should, in collaboration with the National Minister, continue to provide support to the Msunduzi local municipality in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution, and show demonstrable portfolio of evidence of quality support, capacity building, strengthening of oversight capacity and monitoring. And lastly, the KwaZulu-Natal MEC for COCTA should fast-track the process of tabling the forensic investigations conducted in terms of Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I want to put the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to, and in accordance with Rule 71, we shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote, if they so wish. Any indication? Western Cape?
Sorry, Mister?
Yes, I've identified you.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, you know, when your girlfriend phones you and she's crying because of what's going on in this country, you can rule me out of order, but every single time we stand up in this house, we should say we stand in solidarity with the women and the children that live in fear in this country. And if you want to rule us out of order because you want to stand this until actions in South Africa follow the words, then you must rule me out of order.
What will make me to rule you out of order? I just want us to deal with the issues in front of us, and then we can allow, if the rules allow, for anyone to want to say something. Nothing that will make me to rule you out of order, because we were the first to begin to address these issues. Yes, no. So, can you continue?
Chairperson, I'm reading for the record so that this gets linked to the report. Firstly, we want to state that we are not against the intervention in principle, provided that the constitutional requirements in terms of Section 139(2)(c) that the NCOP needs to review the intervention regularly. This needs to be enforced. For the past few years, the National Council of Provinces has not fulfilled this duty. However, our issue is of a procedural nature. We are part of a democracy, and the principle of participatory democracy is paramount. This means that all parties and all provinces, in our case, represented here should get a chance to take part in this chamber and its committees as designated. Rules 87 and 106 of the Council rules also set out how subcommittees should be informed. Neither the mandate or the composition of the two subcommittees who did this oversight that led to the approval of these interventions were approved by the Select Committee during an official meeting. In this regard, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, we took the official route and submitted in writing yesterday already to the Chairperson of the Select Committee and the NCOP Chairperson. No courtesy was given to respond in writing yesterday. That's why we wanted to resolve this before we came here. Such is the complete disregard for our democratic principles. 180 days is afforded for the NCOP to approve an intervention. This House did not dissolve like the NA before the election, and during the past 6 months, this House had ample time to fulfill its constitutional mandate. But the ANC failed the people of Msunduzi. It much rather preferred to focus on the election campaign and to retain a province by a very slim margin. They focused on the infighting on who should be the committee chairpersons after the election, and they didn't bother to focus on their constitutional mandate. So this intervention is now a rush job. This intervention is procedurally flawed on the side of the NCOP, and we cannot support such a report.
Unless this thing is very politicized, I don't understand. But if there is no other declarations, let us proceed to vote on the question, and we will request the provinces to vote in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape. Aye.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Eastern Cape vote in favour of the report.
Thank you, Free State.
Free State support the report.
Thank you, Gauteng.
Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you, KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal support the report.
Limpopo.
Limpopo supports the report.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Northern Cape.
The Northern Cape Province support the report. Honourable Deputy
Northwest.
Chair.
Deputy Chair, I support the Northwest. I support the report.
Western Cape.
We cannot support this report.
Thank you. 8 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next order, the Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlements, inspection in Loco on notice of intervention issued in terms of Section 1391B and 5 of the Constitution of 1996 in Phokwane, local municipality, Northern Cape Province.
We will now call on the Honorable Dodovo to table the report.
Thank you once more, Honourable Deputy Chair, for the opportunity. The Select Committee, having regard of the notice of intervention invoked in the Phokwane local municipality in terms of Section 1391B and Section 1395 of the Constitution, embarked on a local inspection visit of the municipality on Monday, the 2nd of September, 2019. The multi-party delegation of the Select Committee interacted with the MEC responsible for local government in the province, the different stakeholders as well as the administrator appointed by the department to speed up implementation of the approved turnaround plan. The department, as well as the representative of the internal and external stakeholders within the jurisdiction of the municipality, tabled and presented their views and opinions on the invocation of the intervention. The MEC reflected on the current state of the intervention in the municipality, briefly focusing on the challenges and the dysfunctionality of the municipality, the protests and violence in the municipality, the developments and changes in the political leadership, the executive failures of the council, as well as the applicable terms of reference for the administrator, which mainly focused on how to improve performance towards a desirable turnaround. Summarily, the Phokwane local municipality in Northern Cape started experiencing upheavals and disruptions in service delivery after the suspension of the municipal manager, which ultimately led to a dismissal. The view of the council was that there was corruption, fraud, and maladministration which needed urgent attention. The Select Committee has found, noted, and acknowledged that the Northern Cape Provincial Executive Council resolved to invoke these measures of the Constitution on the 8th of April 2019. The Select Committee has further noted that the MEC has complied with the procedural requirements as stipulated in the Constitution to notify within 14 days the Minister of COGTA of the decision of the Provincial Executive Council to place the municipality under intervention in terms of Section 139(1) and 139(15) of the Constitution. The Minister's approval approved the intervention in terms of Section 1392 of the Constitution on the 24th of April 2019 on conditions which include a financial recovery plan led by the National Treasury. The Select Committee has also observed and noted that the MEC has notified the municipality on the substantive matters of intervention on the 6th of May 2019 and introduced the intervention team and the terms of reference to the municipality during a council sitting dated the 16th of July 2019. The Select Committee has further noted that the MEC has been authorized to intervene in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution by assuming the functions related to the recruitment of senior managers, the uninterrupted provision of water services to the community, and ensure financial accountability and compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act. Furthermore, the Select Committee noted that the MEC was authorized by the provincial government to appoint an administrator and 3 technical experts to assist in resolving the governance and administrative challenges prevalent at the municipality. The Select Committee has further noted that the MEC has never tabled a notice of intervention in terms of Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act to the NCOP to investigate any allegations of maladministration, corruption, and fraud, and table the findings accordingly. On procedural compliance, the Select Committee has noted that the provincial government took a decision to invoke Section 1391B and 5 of the Constitution on the 27th of March 2019 to the office of the NCOP and wrote to the MEC wrote to the NCOP on the 26th of April acknowledging receipt of the notice of intervention to the Phokwane local municipality. The Select Committee has found during the stakeholder engagement that the majority of internal and external stakeholders didn't support the intervention and argued that the invocation was procedurally incorrect. In addition, there is no sufficient evidence at the disposal of this committee that the provincial government did provide support in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution and had appointed the administrator, and the provincial government had appointed an administrator with a controversial reputation, backtrack record on turnaround, and didn't check his profile before appointing him at Phokwane local municipality. The political divisions and factions have profound negative impacts and have exacerbated the situation on the smooth functioning of the municipality. And in fact, they are the main reason, one of the main reasons for the collapse of the municipality. Having regard to the above, Honorable Deputy Chair, the committee placed the following recommendations. One, that the NCOP approves the intervention in terms of Section 1391B and 5 of the Constitution with certain conditions, because failure to do that will have profound negative implications and further deepen the situation in the Phokwane local municipality. That the MEC should, upon approval of this intervention, table quarterly reports on the implementation of the financial recovery plan. Further, consider replacing the current administrator and appoint a credible, ethical, qualified, and competent administrator who will work towards turning around the municipality. The new administrator should focus on the approved terms of reference that are time-framed, produce and table quarterly reports to the NCOP. The administrator's report should be accompanied by a monthly internal audit report reflecting on the state of performance and compliance of the municipality across all functional units. The municipal council should conduct an oversight of performance and compliance of the municipality, including implementation of consequence management for wrongdoing, corruption, and maladministration. The administrator should fast-track the process of filling all vacant senior management positions, including all those key skill areas. The Select Committee should, in collaboration with the relevant portfolio committee in the provincial legislature, conduct a follow-up visit within a period of 60 days on the status of implementation of the recommendations and resolutions of this council. The MEC should, in collaboration with the Minister of Culture, continue to provide support to the municipality in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution and show demonstrable portfolio of evidence of quality support and capacity. And lastly, the MEC should fast-track the process of tabling the forensic investigation report conducted in terms of Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act to Phokwane local municipal council and thereafter to this council. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. The question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote if they so wish. Any indication? Western Cape?
I'm just waiting for the sound, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. All the procedures were followed correctly in this, and we will support it. The question we must ask ourselves, though, is how many more people must die in South Africa before we stand up and stop just paying tributes with words and start putting actions to these words?
Can I possibly just deal with this issue and lay it to rest? We are dealing with the reports on the Section 139 intervention of municipalities. But it's clear that the member is got a burning issue, but it's also an issue of national interest. Tomorrow morning, there will be a program committee meeting. Can we use that program committee meeting to schedule a debate so that we as the NCOP can have, in terms of our debate, resolve as to what further action, because the chairperson of the NCOP together with the speaker have released a statement on our behalf to condemn what is currently going on within the country. I thought it is representing us as the NCOP. So that is why I'm saying, can we then, just for die sielerus van die agbare lid, en vir ons almal se gemoedsrus, because we are very concerned about what is going on outside here. We are very concerned, and that is the reason why we requested the presiding officers of Parliament to put out a statement on our behalf. Already yesterday, one of the first statements came from the presiding officers of Parliament. It is indeed an issue of national interest, and it is something that is very serious. That is why we agree, but for the time being, can we conclude on the issues that we are busy with, and we will also request the presiding officer that will be concluding today's session to, on behalf of the NCOP, make a little bit of a statement. May we? Honorable Mikalakis, you can sit down. You can sit down, because I'm still speaking. I'm still speaking, and that is the reason why I would want you to sit down. I agree with everyone that feels that this thing is not something that we can seem to ignore as the NCOP, because it's a very serious issue. And even in the strat plan of committees, when I did the opening remarks, it was the issue particularly with regards to gender-based violence that we raised. It was an issue that we raised, and we even raised the issue of I will not say the attacks on foreign nationals. We even raised the issue of the criminality that is currently happening in Gauteng. We have. As the NCOP, we have not been quiet about this issue. So I just want to put it on record that that is the issue. Yes, Honorable Mikalakis.
Dankie, geachte vice-voorzitter. Baie dankie dat u erken dat so'n debat belangrik is. Ek dink ons is ook die agbare lid van die DA in die Weskaap baie dank verskuldig dat hy deur sy aksies ons gekry het tot op 'n punt waar ons uiteindelik so 'n debat op die agenda gaan sit.
Al lankal besluit tot vir die programvergadering te wag.
Vice-voorzitter, hierdie debat moes lankal plaasgevind het, anders sou die hekke van die parlement nie vandag so gelyk het nie. Dis belangrik vir ons om op te staan en te sê, nie in goeie mans naam nie, so ek verwelkom so 'n debat.
Agbare lid wat vir my baie ontstellend is. Dit is die rede waarom sommige kere sit mense hier en hulle maak misleidende statements. Want die feit is, as altyd wanneer mense wil erkenning hê vir iets wat hulle doen, altyd wil krediet vat vir dinge wat nie nodig is nie. Ek, as Sylvia Lucas, soos ek hier sit, van 1996 af, lei ek veldtogte. Rondom die feit van die saak is die gemeenskappe, ouers, almal moet begin om betrokke te raak. Maar ek wil dit hier stop, want die feit van die saak is as ons almal saamgewerk het, dan sou ons seker iets reg gekry het. Ek is bly dat jy ook nou bekommerd is oor die situasie. Kan ons voortgaan? We have concluded on the declarations. We shall now proceed on the voting on the question, and I will do this in alphabetical order per province. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape support the report.
Free State.
Free State is in favor of the report.
Gauteng.
Gauteng supports the report.
KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal supports the report.
Limpopo.
Limpopo supports the report.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports the report.
Northwest.
Deputy Chair, Northwest support the report.
Kapa Bopurima. Western Cape.
Ons steun hierdie verslag wat op die regte manier gedoen
Phokwane
is.
Bopurima. Kapa Bokone is my province. let me tell you. Thank you very much. Everyone have voted in favor of the report for Phokwane Municipality in the Northern Cape. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Honorable Dodobu, and thank you to your team that in a short space of time you've been able to bring the reports back to the NCOP. I will now proceed to the questions, and I would like to take the opportunity to welcome the Deputy Minister of Education we have already welcomed the Deputy Minister of Sports, as it Sports, Arts and Culture. Are you just Sports? Sports, Arts and Culture. We would allow the Minister first, the questions that is going to him. The reason why I'm doing it is he was the first one to arrive here. So that I'm very fair. But before we get there, the Honorable Minister have requested that question 43 be deferred, Honorable Baha. Reason being that he feels he doesn't have sufficient information to do justice to the response to the question. And I request the House that we accept that the Honorable Minister will at a later stage come back and respond and bring the full response. If not at all, we will see according to the rules how we can speed up the process of response to that specific question. And we will now go to the questions that have been asked to the Honorable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. Question 48 is your first question. I hope the members have got the question paper. The Minister of Education have actually apologized and requested that the Deputy Minister should sit in on her behalf. We are going to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Well, thank you, Chair. Firstly, Chair, let me indicate that I'm not alone here. I'm with my team, the Eminent Persons Group, which is responsible for transformation in the sport. They are here with me, Feziles Pamla, Mark Williams, Maxwell Moss.
Wow, Mark Williams is in the house.
So if you see any progress or lack thereof in transformation, these are the men and women others have left. No, they've left. We had a meeting, we had a meeting earlier, they had to leave. But they were welcome here, they know. Riale Twaba is one of them. So,
we must welcome Chair, the eminent persons. We welcome them indeed.
Yes. So, Chair, on the question, question 48, asked by the Honorable Gillion. Firstly, I want to start by saying that we have 16 priority sporting codes: cricket, basketball, chess, table tennis, soccer, rugby, netball, volleyball, athletics, gymnastics, swimming, hockey, softball, goalball, sport for the blind and visually impaired, and 4 indigenous games code. So those are the ones which are prioritized. The department further has a program in community sports that encourages mass participation. It rolls out in all provinces. Community-based sport activities and tournaments receive support for organization of tournaments, capacity building, and so on. 2, we also groom youth through National Youth Camp programs. That is implemented in all 9 provinces. And this program is very important. We have at each given time 200 youth coming together, and the emphasis is that it has to be across the board. Race, color, creed, and so on. And that helps in the project of social cohesion and nation building. We also work with Athletics South Africa in ensuring that as government, we assist them, and we continue to do that. They've exposed young athletes internationally in the competitions and so on. What this has further meant in practical terms and measurable terms is that ASA Youth team is the current listing of South Africa, in the current listing of South Africa as number 1 in the world on the medal tally. The number 6 ranking of the ASA junior team in the world on the medal tally, and number 3 world ranking of ASA senior team based on the medal tally. What this means is that the programs of grooming young people, particularly in sport, are paying dividends, and will continue to do that so that our nation becomes what we put as our objective, a winning nation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable, the first supplementary question is from Honorable Gillion.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you to the Honorable Minister for that answer. I want to follow up, Minister, and want to ask you.
Honorable Gillion, can we have the mic closer to you?
Thank you, thank you. To what extent does the department's plan cater for the collaboration with other stakeholders to ensure the support for the training of teachers as coaches, delivery of teams to tournaments, provision of sport equipment and attire to quintile 1 and 2 public schools is being adhered to?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Chair. We definitely will never be able to succeed without partnerships. Partnerships both from the public sector, within government, different departments and entities which we work with. ASA is one of them, as we mentioned here, but also engaging the corporate sector to come to the party, because with government alone, we won't be able to achieve our lofty ideas of a winning nation, because as you elaborate, a lot of things are needed for sport, be it training or training of coaches and so on. For instance, the gap we have as South Africa on coaches, as you raised, is so much. In the region of the countries in our area, for instance, New Zealand will have coaches to player, 1 is to 40, 1 is to 35 in Australia, but 1 is to 871 in South Africa. And it tells you that we have a huge gap which we have to fill, and we continue. The most disturbing thing, though, is that the corporate world has not really come to the party, particularly on women in sport, and supporting them. But we are engaging to ensure that indeed we reach the point where we want to be as South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mtubatuba.
Nakhensa Chairperson. A ni ta tiva ka ministara ku I swikolo swingani leswi va swi sapotaka ka ti-rural areas.
How many schools are you supporting in rural areas, Honorable Minister?
Well, I'll have to check the number, exactly how many. I know that we have in the region of 25,000 schools generally in the country. Would look into specific schools in the school sport, the program which we've immediately been introduced to. We know that at least 2,000 schools participated, but how many all in all in the total number of schools, we can provide that information.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable Pacha.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister, for the responses. But in 2011, Minister Mbalula made an undertaking that about 100 sports centers in schools will be established. And those would cater for all learners across the country in terms of rural, urban, and suburban areas. Now, 8 years down the line, what I would like to know is there any progress that has been made thus far? Were you able to include sports within the curriculum in our schools? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Chair. That's will always be the wish and objective. The practicality thereof is something else. Right now, as you know, there are school sport. But to the extent of where we come from, I think we still have a lot to do to ensure that we reach a point where we really see schools, all of them, as breeding ground and as feeders to national teams. Currently, some of the sporting codes are prioritized and there's progress thereof, but it's not the kind of progress generally we would say, this is where we want to be. The Minister of Basic Education, the Minister of Basic Education and of Sports, Arts and Culture, a few years ago signed an MOU. And this MOU looked at the whole area, particularly as it relates to school sport, to ensure that we really move from where we are. I'm afraid to say to you, we have not moved with that speed because there are a number of things. One of the issues, for instance, the curriculum itself, and what has been raised from basic education, that they have this overload of curriculum generally. And sport is one of those which suffers. And I know it's not only sports, arts education in schools. Not all schools are amenable to that or are teaching arts education, but it's the road which is always under construction. The most important thing is that we want to see the difference and have these both centers, but generally actual sport taking place and be alive in schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that's the last. Let us be active, honourable members. Let's have the last supplementary question in relation to the first question. Yes, you can ask.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to state for the record that I stand in solidarity with all my sisters and my mothers in this house in this very difficult time. I'm your ally, and I stand for any person, I stand against any person who wishes to harm any one of my sisters and my mothers in this house. Chair, I would like to just ask the Minister. Minister, the fact that 234 million rand, and I'm sure much more, is being spent today to try and get centres of excellence going, are we not missing the point? Are we not trying to reinvent the wheel? Would the Minister not agree that it would make a lot more sense to conduct evaluations of youngsters in their home or local environments and then create a bursary system or a funding system where such talented youngsters who show promise can be enrolled in schools in the country that already have fine sporting traditions, and that the budget, rather than creating new centres, can actually be spent on those schools and widening their ambit and their influence, and thereby augmenting already centres of excellence rather than trying to reinvent the wheel in this regard. Would the Minister agree with that? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Yes, I would agree with that kind of, with that line of thinking. but I will start where we are. That 243 and that center is very important. It's very important for the country to have a specific focus to train its elites in the world, in sport in the world, so that our own athletes are up there with those you find anywhere else in the world. So it's not an either-or situation. Both are important. The grassroots development is primarily important. So is the end point of the development itself, that you want people to always collect medals when they leave the country. You don't want to have people going to international sporting competitions as a jaunt or as just an excursion. You want to see that when you talk of the top of the world, you are also counted as South Africa. So the two go together. It's a question of how do we then prioritize going forward? But having one center in the country for excellence, for high performance, is critically important. I think you'll also agree with me on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, the Deputy Chair addressed the issue of question 43 from Honourable Baha, so that arrangement will be made with the Minister. Honourable Minister, we now come to question 50 asked by Honourable Ndongeni. 50, yes. Whether the department has any programs for the promotion and development of arts and culture.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Honourable Ndongeni, on your question, which I consider very important, because it goes to the heart of what this portfolio is about. Now, the department has quite a number of programs that promote and develops arts culture to the benefit of the nation at large, nationally, provincially, and locally. Firstly, the programs and what we are focusing on currently is to ensure that we actually upskill and train properly the artist. That is why we are rolling out the academies for such purpose in different provinces, as it were, in order to support the artist, as it were. We have such programs as a flagship program. So we went to all the provinces and said to them, how do you want to promote arts and culture in your province? Give us 2 flagship programs. We're going to fund it. So all the provinces, some are successful in those flagship programs, others are not. Because we wanted to ensure that beside the promotion of arts and culture, but also we contribute in economic development of those localities. Seated here, you will think Cape Jazz Festival, for instance, nobody doesn't know Makufe, nobody doesn't know Joy of Jazz, but in other provinces they are struggling. But we have given all provinces a fair chance to actually go. You'll have Mapungubwe and so on. So that's one area. Assistance come in the form of touring ventures, where South African artists are invited abroad and so on, and you assist them on that. But we also have funding facilities for different categories. You have a funding facility for those who are starting their first CDs or their first song or their first poem or book or whatever. We call it the Debut Fund, which we work with Business Arts South Africa. We have Mzansi Golden Economy, we have Venture Capital Fund, but also we open spaces for artists to display their works through our art bank. Our art bank is in Olivenays in Freestad, precisely for this. And we also chair on the development, especially of the for the fourth industrial revolution. We established a research arm, the South African Cultural Observatory, precisely for that. I've spoken about the incubators and academies which we are busy building. We promote this fourth industrial revolution. In the film industry, for instance, we had a film summit early this year. One of the resolutions was to come up with the fund, the digitization or innovation fund. But in practice, we have concluded one aspect of our work at the National Archives by making available to public the Rivonia trial. Most of you would have heard only Mandela talking on that line of fought against black domination. But we have that trial from day one to the last day, 240 hours of the trial itself. It's available online. And that's how the fourth industrial revolution, particularly in our space, has assisted. We are busy with the treason trial as we speak. We'll continue with others. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Ndongeni.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Minister, how does the department plan to ascertain that the fourth industrial revolution in arts and culture benefit our people without any disadvantages?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I think we need to have more deeper conversation about the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. There would be challenges as we evolve, but we need to look at the advantages and how we utilize the advantages for the good of society. So we can't really say, let me make an example. If you go, for instance, particularly in the developed world, you would find filling stations in most cases. You won't find people who are working there in the filling stations. It's part of development. And that development has meant that you no longer man a filling station, but the ICT highway has taken over. There is a give or take in that. It's going to change the landscape of work generally. But with, in our case, sports, arts and culture, our research arm has been given a specific task to ensure that they scan the environment, locate, as we are doing in the film industry, locate the fourth industrial revolution and its advantages, and how do we nudge society to see more positive in the fourth industrial revolution, so that we don't remain behind as a country and having other people overtaking us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Paha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, part of the department's mandate is to preserve, protect, and promote our rich heritage, linguistic diversity, and so on. Now, what I would want to know, what programs are there that the department is embarking on to kind of ensure that all languages in South Africa are protected across the board?
Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Chair. This is a critical question, particularly this year when the United Nations has declared it a year for the indigenous languages. And in line with that, the department over a period of time has reprinted the African classics because we believe that we need, in preserving our languages, we need to be practical about it. Whether it's Khorong ya Moshate, whether Haubabe in Mpumalanga, or Ikyala Lamawele in the Isixhosa, or in Kinsela Semkungundlu, all those, or Chaga in Sesotho, all those classics have been reprinted to ensure that our people do not lose the beauty of the language itself. But we have, each year, we assist students, not less than 400, around the universities to study languages in South Africa. All the major universities all over the country, UCT, UKZN, Nelson Mandela, University of Northwest, all of them. We fund, because we believe that if we invest in languages in practical terms, we are going to be able to live to our expectation and what we expect of our society. We will continue with that, and we work with PANSALP, particularly for the development and the promotion of indigenous languages. Thank you very much.
Hlonishwa Malika.
Honorable Minister, how does the department collaborate with other relevant stakeholders to ensure that the schools and the youth also take advantage and benefit of the programs on the promotion and development of arts and culture?
Batsizwa Nyambozi.
We are extremely dependent to other departments, especially basic education. You know, our programs won't be successful if it's not supported by basic education, the arts in schools, for instance, teaching arts. But going beyond that and using the passport of patriotism to engage people on the signs and symbols of our democracy, as it were. And with the Department of Basic Education, were able to agree within the national executive of the country to have Kiswahili, for instance, taught to our people. Because we believe that, and we're happy that the AU last month is following suit. Because ordinarily, if you go to these multilateral institutions and organizations, you will find English, French, Spanish, Portuguese. If we are now going to have an African language into the mix, it sends a message out there that we indeed are Africans and we take ourselves seriously. So I am certain, Honorable Member, that one of the things which will be confronted with, particularly at this level, is to be champions of Kiswahili, because this is the language which is going to unite the whole of Africa, as it were. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, House Chair. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I want to start out by appreciating the earlier answer that we received. My question obviously is a follow-up that leads directly from it. And I think that today's demonstration outside, which some of us went and took part in, leads us to understand that there's a material change that needs to happen right at grassroots levels. And involving young people in sports, arts, and culture will enable us to build a country where we have a greater outlet for people so that we don't have people standing around the streets, doing drugs, etc., etc. So it's massively important. And Minister, you spoke earlier about an MOU between your department and the Basic Education Department for sports. You've now spoken about arts and culture, but you've mentioned it's difficult and you're reliant on them, but there's no MOU in place. Now, it should be a lot easier to create an environment in schools where you can promote arts and culture, not only sports, but arts and culture as well, by providing simple things, giving instruments to a school so that they can begin a music class, creating an environment where graphic art is enjoyed. Many schools have computers to develop graphic arts on computers, to go painting, etc., etc. It should be fairly easy to develop something. So I want to know, Minister, in terms of that, when do you plan on signing an MOU with the Department of Basic Education for development of arts and culture? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, we have honorable member. As I said earlier on, some of the things remain pipe dreams we wish for, but practically becomes impossible, some of them. We have arts in schools, which, as I said earlier on, it wasn't going to be possible if it was not because of the working together with basic education. But think about this, honorable member. You have more than 25,000 schools, eh? Yes. We have more than 25,000 schools. If we can think of buying instruments, so where would we start? Because you see, the thing is that it would always be difficult, because when you start with one school, as you say, school two would be having issues. But also within a limited budget, what we encourage is that where possible, some of the things in arts and culture which are possible in schools, let's do them. But the other limitation is that not all schools have in their curriculum arts and culture, which becomes an issue, as it were. But where they do teach arts and culture, we really work with them and get arts and artists to be leading that particular area. But most of the things have to do with the ability to achieve them. That's why you will hear, whether it's sports or arts and culture, we'll hear most of the time talking about getting partnerships, because we have seen that where there is partnerships, there is a difference, a noticeable difference forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, we now come to question number 6.4 from Honourable Plenary. In terms of the rule as not in the House, the proper arrangement was made. Honourable Zandamela will be standing in for Honourable Plenary.
Honourable Plenary.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Honourable Chair. The question. Okay.
We are protected, Honourable Minister.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay. No, Chair, the question by Honourable Plenary is on the enforcement of the implementation of school sport policy. As I said, we have an MOU, but in terms of enforcement, that is the purview of basic education. But as I said, that the MOU which we signed, mainly on cooperative governance as enshrined in our constitution, is helpful, because it's that cooperation which sometimes, you know, you don't even need enforcement per se, because it's an agreement which we both understand the importance thereof. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Zandamela.
No, thank you, Chair. Minister,
Honourable Zandamela, can you have it close? Yeah, have it
Yes,
straight.
okay, sure.
So that it can be very audible.
Thank you, Chair. Now I just want to ask the Minister, since you know that there's actually a shortage of sports facilities, especially in the rural areas. I heard the issue of the MOUs and all those things. What is your department going to do? Because especially when you introduce that in the schools, you also have to make sure that there's facilities for all the sports facilities. For all the sports, actually. There's sports facilities. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The municipalities, through Municipal Infrastructure Grant, have a duty to ensure that there are facilities. The National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture transfers to provinces 2/3 of what it gets from the national fiscus, because we know that the work is in provinces. The national level, it's mainly about evaluating and monitoring whether those things are happening. But let me hasten to say to you that here, practically we're talking about 1 billion rands, right? And take 2/3 of that into provinces. It would give you roughly about 700,000 in 9 provinces. So the rest you'll do your calculation. That's what we monitor that is why we are pushing very strongly for the ring fencing of the MIG for sport. Because part of the problem is that which is transferred to provinces and get to municipalities for sport is used for something else. Some salaries of people and so on and so forth. And sport then suffers. That is why we are pushing very strongly that let us have a situation of ring fencing the portion of sport, so that those very limited resources we have in sport, at least they go to sport. You know, when I came in here, part of the handover I got was a shock of provinces which were mentioned, which do not ensure that the money which is supposed to be for sport serves the sporting community.
Honourable Baha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, we don't advocate enforcement in terms of sport participation by our learners. We think that there should be a choice. But we think that what needs to be promoted is accessibility. That's what is important. But what I want to come to is that there's a MOD program, which is an after-school program which happens in the Western Cape, and in the past 5 years, it has met more than 4 times its targets that were set before. Would it be a possibility that such a program could be looked at and see if it's successful in terms of being rolled out into the whole country, to ensure that there's accessibility to sports by our learners? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Well, we'll have to understand what it entails, especially for school sport. As we are talking here, I'm thinking, you know, I attended the school's competition, the school sport. This year it was in eThekwini, yes. And the overall winner was Gauteng. So I asked, but who won last year? So I was told, no, last year it was Gauteng. And I said, okay. So a year before that, who won? They said to me, no, it's a province called Gauteng. Now, I'm mentioning that based on what you are saying about success, because I said to MEC of Gauteng, we need to sit down with her to understand. Western Cape was there. I think Western Cape was number 2. Number 3 was the host province, KwaZulu-Natal. So I think there is some discussion I must have with MEC Marey here and MEC Hlop, especially MEC Hlop, because I was even thinking that it's not competitive anymore. We can have Gauteng not competing because they win, you know, and they can't continue winning without anybody challenging them. So, but I think that those, because I think we must put them at another level, that they are the winners and others must play. They win before they play. Are you from Gauteng? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable PB. Honourable PB, it's here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngicela ukubuza kumphathiswa ukuba ingaba umnyango wakho unayo yini iplan ekhona yokwenza abafundi ezikolweni bazithande zemidlalo. Ukuba kunjalo, sicela usichazele kabanzi. Ukuba akunjalo, kwenze njani? Ngiyabonga.
Hlonishwa Nyambose.
Lungelo hloniphekile ngiyabonga. Cha akukho esingakwenza ukuthi abafundi bayithande zemidlalo. Bayithanda nje bona. Izinto engafanele sibheke kuzona insiza ukubasiza ekutheni lokho kwamaphupho abo kukwazi ukufezeka. Kodwa njengoba elinye ilungu ehloniphekile like lasho la ukuthi into yezemidlalo iyasiza ukukhipha iyouth kumbe intsha kwizidakamizwa naseyintweni ezingalungile. Okwethu njengomphakathi njengabaholi bomphakathi ukuthi sisebenze nezinye inhlangothi ukuthi kwenziwe isiqiniseko sokuthi ezemidlalo ziyaxhaswa ukuze intsha yethu ikwazi ukuhlomula. Abanye babantu abasha awubatholi eindaweni zemidlalo ngoba azikho indawo zokudlala, hayi ngoba bengathandi. Bagcine ke sebengena kwezinye izinto. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, we now come to question number 35, asked by Honourable Baha.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Honourable Para. Well, my response is that in our interaction with SASCOC and other sporting federations, we are guided by the National Sport and Recreation Act, especially Section 13, subsection 5B. That's what guides us, as well as the principles well expressed in the Olympics Charter, Chapter 4 and Article 27. Those are the premises which guide our working relationship with organizations like SASCOC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Baha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, there's an issue that happened, I think, in the recent past between SAFA and SASCOC in preparations for the All Africa Games in Morocco, wherein there was an issue about who would fit the bill for the SAFA teams that would go up to participate. Probably because of the different qualification methods for Olympic Games between SAFA and other sporting codes. Now, with the final verdict on the matter, was there no other way that the matter could have been resolved without government being an arbiter in terms of saying this is what needs to happen? Was there any other way that the matter could have been dealt with, wherein it would not be seen as government kind of interfering in sports? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe let me correct you, Honorable Bacher. There was no issue about finances. Finances, no, that was not an issue. The issue related to what I've just quoted to you here, Section 13(5)(b) of the Sports Act, that if there is a deadlock, between federations, it's then that the minister should intervene. Now, you asked a very important question. Was there no other way? And this is what we're asking amongst these two big federations. You guys, both presidents, I spoke to them, President Gideon Sam and President Denny Jordan. I spoke to them. No, but can't you find another way? They couldn't. They couldn't, but a matter had to be resolved, one way or the other. Now, the law then says that if they can't, then the minister must come in. It's not interference, it's intervention, which is part of the architecture of governing this area, because those who crafted the act knew that there were going to be such instances where there is no agreement amongst the federations. So we really were asking. In fact, as I was talking to President Sam, he actually suggested to me that if there's no agreement, as there's no agreement between the two of them, I should look at intervening. So he understood it's not interference, it's intervention. And we'll do that in future. Because remember that we have a duty as government that things must go forward. There can't be stalemate forever. If there's a stalemate, that stalemate has to be dealt with. So we're happy that we took everybody on board, and we actually delayed because we said, no, go man and talk about this thing yourselves, because this is about sport and you are the administrators there. When they came and said, no, we don't see eye to eye, we don't agree, then we had to come in. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, we come to question 49, asked by Honorable Mtubatuba. Honorable Ryder, sorry, Honorable Minister. Let us be alert, Honorable members. Honorable Ryder, once you raise your hand, I'll note you and give you an opportunity. Let it be your second supplementary question. Then I'm noting you. Honorable Ryder, you can ask your supplementary question.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was a bit slow on my hand, but I noticed when I tried to put it up, you weren't looking at me. My apologies. Minister, there's one place where political interference might be acceptable in ensuring that South Africans are exposed to our sports, and it talks again to the developmental aspect, and that is to ensure that ticket prices for events are affordable, or that people are exposed to the sport through television broadcasts, especially where the international teams are playing. So the question is, will you undertake today to ensure that South Africans have greater exposure to our sports through television or access to the games? If not, why not, and if so, how? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair. I thought Honorable Member will start by expressing happiness that the impasse which has been there, were able to, together with the players, to unblock it, as it were. There are a lot of things involved here. And again, like the earlier question, we come in the field of other people playing. So there is a private interest, and people who are running private enterprises. Football clubs are private enterprises. And as they enter there, they are there to gain profit. There is a public interest, public good, and so on. So the issue here is, to what extent are we able to ensure convergence between the two? Because PSL is one of the most competitive leagues in the world. You know, maybe you can talk about English, but if you look others, they are not as competitive as PSL. Would want PSL to live forever? It's important. But PSL has to ensure that the teams are able to play, the league is there, is not dying, and so on and so forth. So they are the holders of the content. Now, people come, bid, and so on, and we will not know what make people take particular decisions. We will always raise with them what is in the interest of the public, which in turn they raise to us that, but as long as that is not a hindrance to what I'm doing. So what I can say, partnership engagements is the name of the game. Because the current one, the current issue, is a teacher to us. We said, let's deal with this thing, but let's have a broader conversation about what do we do, one, to ensure that the league continues, but two, the majority of our people benefit. So there's no easy answer to that, especially when the public and private interest, you know, collide. Because somebody is going to ask you who's running a football team, so are you going to help me? Because it's in the public interest, financially now, and so on. So it's an ongoing challenge, Chair, which we are committed. I can commit myself that we'll continue together with the stakeholders, that the Minister of Communications, will continue to engage role players to ensure that the public benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mkiva.
Minister, I just want to ask you a simple question. I know you have already reflected on monitoring and evaluation. I would love to know if the department, insofar as monitoring and evaluation measures are concerned, it does ensure that transformation agenda and the democratization of sport is upheld by all sporting formations and codes in South Africa. If your answer is yes to that question, I would like you to help us by giving us some details and reflect on the successes and challenges in that regard. If it's no, please do the same and reflect on that. Thank
Honourable Minister.
Well, thanks, Honourable Chair, though it's slightly different. It's another subject. In fact, it's a subject on its own, Honourable Member, a very important one. That is why today I met the men and women responsible for that. I was engaging them for the first time. And I can say that the 17 years from 1994 has not seen significant transformation in the sector. Until much later, when you had 2011 Indaba, Sport Indaba, which then came up with processes leading to the formation of the eminent persons group, the one which is here, or half of them who are here, to look into each sporting code. So when we finish here, Honorable Member, I'm going back to a meeting. It's more of an induction of what really has been happening in the past, say, 8 years in this area, so that we understand. But one of the things which has been raised is that some of the sporting codes are transforming, whilst others are not. And one of the factor in those who are transforming are those who have been told to come up with their own targets, not less than 50%, their own targets, and there's progress there. Where there's been more of do this, there hasn't been any shift. My take in this thing is that it becomes important to focus on development, so that when you talk national teams, you don't just put somebody there for its sake, you know. You put, because people have talent out there, and a lot of them across the board. But let's ensure that we come up with a situation where it's guaranteed that you are not going to be, you know, the easy one if there's time for change and so on and so forth. But the transformation itself as an agenda is not going to be compromised. We're going to insist on that and enforce it, because part of what the whole process came with is that those who do not want to transform have to be enforced to transform. And in fact, I've been informed that those who do not want to transform, their sport are dying, because we can't as a country vouch for you to go to international platforms when you don't want to address the fundamentals of the country, for instance. And one of those fundamentals is real transformation, not just sugarcoating, real transformation, where we see people taking it upon themselves, owners, administrators of the teams and federations, taking it upon themselves to ensure that indeed they transform. And that there is no way that would happen automatically. You have to have some enforcement, so that, you know, for instance, if you have to go to the Olympics, SASCOC has to guarantee you. So if you are not living to the expectations of the local laws and regulations, why should you be guaranteed to go all over and galavant the world when in fact you have not done what you're supposed to do? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, we come to question 49, asked by Honourable Nchabelen.
Thank you, Chair. We got social cohesion advocates, a team under the leadership of its chairperson, Honorable retired Judge Yvonne Mkhoro. These social advocates are recruited from across all sectors. They conduct community conversation programs on matters affecting society, conduct colloquia in institutions of higher learning. We also have a month-long program of Africa Month aimed at promoting the integration of the continent socially, economically, politically, and culturally, but also emphasize unity amongst Africans. There's collaboration with the Department of Basic Education on promotion of young patriotism amongst youth. All the national symbols are included in all the educational materials. We're told that all the workbooks which are produced at the department have these signs and symbols. A transformation of heritage landscape in our country the utilization of national days to build unity and cohesion amongst our people, our assistance to moral regeneration movement programs, particularly on promoting the Charter for Positive Values, which contains, amongst others, respect, human dignity and equality, promote responsible freedom and rule of law and democracy, improve material well-being and economic justice, enhance sound family and community values, uphold honesty, integrity, and loyalty, ensure harmony in culture, belief, and conscience, show respect and concern for all people, strive for justice, fairness, and peaceful coexistence, protect the environment. These are some of the areas in our program for social cohesion and nation building. Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ntshabela.
Thanks, Honorable Minister, for that elaborate response. I really feel for you because with this nation building and social cohesion, it must be very tough given the experiences and background that we come from. The background of racial discrimination, gender discrimination, and generally stinking racism that was there under apartheid and actually sport, culture, and others. I just want to check in terms of our NDP 2030 trajectory.
Don't leave your mic.
Oh, the 2030 vision and trajectory of the NDP. What progress are we making with those programs, for instance, to help us to, yeah, I mean, how are people responding to all these interventions that we are making? Are parents allowing their children to integrate with other kids at school? In the areas where we live now that our areas are integrated, do parents allow their kids to play together in the parks and in the soccer fields? What progress are we making, Honorable Minister?
Honorable Minister.
2030.
Well, thank you, Chair. It's an ongoing task. It's an ongoing task for society. Because let's take an example of racism. Firstly, other people take it as prejudice. It's a pernicious ideology. Unfortunately, we have racists in our midst. What becomes important is what is our agenda? Our agenda is not racism. Our agenda is non-racial society. So whatever we do, we've got to deal with racists in our midst, but not losing sight of our strategic objective. I'll make an example to you. You would know that some 2 years ago, there was an advert which, invited condemnation by South Africans all around, by one company, big company, Unilever. So everybody condemned and so on. We also condemned it. But we said, beyond condemnation, then what? Will we build society by condemnation only? So we decided that no, let's get the CEO of Unilever around the table, sit down with him. So I had to pose these questions to him, such that from that point, we had commitment. We explained our social cohesion programs. We had commitment from them to support social cohesion programs. June 16, we had in Soweto, for instance, as part of the private sector, they contributed both human resource and financial resource. So we've got a task to de-educate those who have been educated wrongly, to think that the color of your skin makes you superior to others as we go on. Because the intolerances are varying. Xenophobia is one of them. The Africa Month is aimed to really bridge that. We have gender stereotypes, as you said, the patriarchal nature of our society. So we've got to address these challenges as we move forward. But one thing which has united the people of South Africa is the national flag. You'll have few, some people who do things, you know, and some of them you can see that whatever they are doing, it's because they are on the other side of sobriety. They are not a major problem. But fundamentally, South Africans, you ask all of them, they see the need for a country to unite and move forward. And that's what we should work on and continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Dutoit? No, Honorable Paratitsan, you'll have this, it will be the third one. Now it's Honorable Dutoit. Honorable Dutoit?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you mentioned that we must have respect, equality, human dignity, and harmony in culture. I want to find out if we will have the assurance that the heritage of all South Africans will be protected henceforth, not being selective for different groups, but all South Africans, since we all have a history in South Africa.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, in 2015, there was a Rhodes Must Fall movement in this country. This Rhodes Must Fall movement, one of the things it did was to highlight the need to transform the heritage landscape in the country. I can assure you that after that, there were consultations with all political parties represented in Parliament and everybody else, and there were resolutions thereafter. One of the resolutions was that whatever occupies the public space should be in line with the spirit and letter of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa as a constitutional state. What it means is that issues of reconciliation should be looked into, but reconciliation should be reconciliation, not capitulation, in the sense that those who made the country to suffer, like Verwoerd, I can make an example of him. Verwoerd cannot occupy public spaces like Colonel John Graham, because these were vicious individuals, particularly in the case of Graham. These were vicious individuals who killed, maimed people, who actually butchered children, women and men alike. And we can't have those people occupying public spaces, because we would be saying, whatever they did, we go along. That is why that city now is called Makhanda Kancele. It couldn't have been, it couldn't have continued with somebody who was having a philosophy of applying maximum terror to AmaXhosa in that part of the country, just for their land. So the spaces in our country are primarily going to be dictated by communities. Many people have been asking, why do we have Botha on horseback here in Parliament? So I explained,
Order, members.
And I explained to them that the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture do not go to communities and change signs and symbols. It's people of that community. And after they would have said whatever, so if people of this community find nothing wrong with Botha, Botha will continue to be here. But it's the people in that locality. What comes to the minister is when community in that particular community have engaged. And the Geographic Council gives the minister a proposal or a suggestion, like in the case of Makhanda. I couldn't have said no to that suggestion. In fact, if it was a different suggestion, I would have made my views, because I know who Colonel Graham was, you know. So anybody who has an idea about any place, go and talk to the local people in that area so that they start a process themselves. Mine is to decide at the end, and deciding I will and I have.
Thank you. Honorable Browden-Seth.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, in relation to outcome 14 of the NDP social cohesion, I need to bring a very serious issue to your attention, Minister. Minister, from the times of Tata Madiba and the 1995 Rugby World Cup, we have seen the amazing potential for sport to be a socially cohesive force in our society. So we agree, I'm sure, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, that sport is one of the main drivers of social cohesion. We will also agree, as per questions put earlier, that sport at our schools is lacking, simply because of, number one, facilities, but also, Minister, I'm sure you would agree, the right people to coach sport, the persons that are particularly prepared to spend time with children and teach them sport. And Minister, I'm sure you will agree that in many school situations, the teachers unfortunately are either not skilled or not prepared to handle the after-school sport, and therefore parents and other sporting persons offer themselves or offer their time, perhaps in the Tumamina spirit, to the school to say, I'm prepared to give of my time. Now, this brings me to my major problem, Minister, and I really hope that you can help myself and the country, in fact. There is a SACE qualification, S-A-C-E, imposed by the Department of Education. Now, that SACE qualification obviously makes it important for all persons dealing with children to be properly qualified to do so. But unfortunately, Minister, there is an unintended consequence. And that is that currently there are many volunteer sports coaches at our schools around the country, possibly 300,000, Minister, that could be disqualified from offering sport at schools after hours. And Brenda,
Honorable Browden-Seth.
yes, I'm coming to, would you not like me, Chair, House Chair, in all fairness, I'm sure the Minister is appreciating the fact that I'm
I'm assisting you. The supplementary question is 2 minutes. The
Yes.
2 minutes has expired, so I want you to get to the question.
I'm getting to the question, but I'm sure the Minister is appreciating the context. Minister, my question
Order,
is,
members.
you know, House Chair, many people stand here to cause trouble with questions. I'm genuinely trying to engage
Honorable
with the Minister.
Browden-Seth, can you take your seat?
The question is, Minister, will you please undertake to work with the Minister of Education to see how legislative relief can be given in this regard to enable those volunteering their time to work at schools to enable them to continue to do so? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister, even though it's a question that is not linked to the original question, but I'll leave it to yourself to deal with it, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Well, thanks, Chair. Honorable Member, thanks for your question. And I think the member did say that the SACE program emanates from basic education. So I would ask my colleague about it, because if they are disqualified and they are offering their time, surely there is a reason why they are being disqualified, you see. So all I can say, Chair, is that I would get counsel from my colleague, Minister Mtsecha.
Thank you. The Honorable Matibe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. My question is, Honorable Minister, how is the department able to collaborate with relevant stakeholders to ensure that outcome 14 of government is achieved,
out of the 5 outputs of the outcome 14, I can just forklift one, which is promoting active citizenry as well as leadership.
Honorable Minister.
And thanks, Honorable Member, especially for your elaboration on outcome 14, because outcome 14, as one of the 14 outcomes in government, if not understood through its depth, would always be superficial about it. Outcome 14, as correctly as we are saying, has 5 sub-outcomes. And those sub-outcomes are, one, fostering the constitutional value, that the kind of programs we do and interaction in society, we should, starting from the preamble, make people understand the constitutional value. The very fact that we are a constitutional democracy in South Africa. 2, equal opportunities, inclusion and redress. 3, promoting social cohesion across society through increased interaction across class, race and gender. I think most of the things which have to do with sport, with arts, talk to this question, because part of the problem, the special development which we inherited, make people not to share spaces, especially based on race in South Africa. Now, sport, arts and culture make everybody to be under one roof, regardless of their race, of their color, and so on and so forth. The other one relates to what we have said, active citizenry and leadership and social compact. So these sub-outcomes feed to the broader outcome of outcome 14, which is nation building and social cohesion, that our programs are guided primarily by this. But may I say, Honorable Chair, that this year particularly in the SONA by the President, the address by the President, it came with 7 priority areas. And again, the 5th of those has to do with social cohesion and safety communities. What it means for us is that it is in our interest, all of us black and white, to have harmony in the country. We'll always have our differences, our world outlook, our ideologies and so on. But to the extent of building a nation, because remember, before 1994, there was no nation to talk about. Before 1994, you had ethnic groups which were engineered deliberately for that. Be they Amaxhosa, Afrikaners, Abapedi, and so on and so forth. It's only 1994 that we're talking about a nation and building a nation. And that process of integration becomes important. It therefore raises another issue that we are not only South Africans here. We have our brothers and sisters who are coming elsewhere on the continent, who are part and parcel of South Africa today. And how do we ensure that we coexist and live together? Because the painful thing about xenophobia is that it's very much directed amongst ourselves as blacks. I'm not saying that foreign nationals who come from Europe or elsewhere should be discriminated, but to the extent of how we have internalized colonialism, it becomes easy for us as Africans to discriminate against each other. And these are the kind of programs which are aimed at ensuring that we bridge that gap, because in whose interest will we continue fighting alone as Africans, when in fact are supposed to be fighting for our unity, for the integration of the continent, for the economic development of the entire continent, all the 5 regions of the continent. That's what should preoccupy us as a people. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Honorable members, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture and the eminent people Honorable Nyambose and the Eminent people for coming to the August House. We always say Parliament is for the people, so it's always good to come and witness the Minister, accounting, and members of Parliament doing oversight. Thank you, Nyambose. So, it was a first come, first serve, Honorable Mhaule. So, next time you'll learn. Nyambose was the first one to arrive. Dr. Mohaule, Deputy Minister, you are welcome. Your first question, it's a question 5-1 from Honorable Nchabeleng. Honorable Dr. Mohale.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to members. I think it's for the first time that I come to answer questions on behalf of the Minister. So I requested Minister Mthetwa that because it's for the first time, I don't know when you answer questions, whether you go at the back or, I said, how am I going to know if they start with me? Then they better start with you. Then we agreed, and the chairperson anticipated our agreement. Chair, question 51 by Honorable Nchabeleng, I think I'm correct. The Lekgotla has assisted the Department of Basic Education and the entire education sector to engage and plan collectively and ensure that whatever is done in the basic education sector reflects the sentiments and priorities of the sector. The recommendations were integrated into the sector plans and were categorized into short, medium, and long-term deliverables. Central message on the 2018 Lekgotla was to find ways and lay a foundation on equipping learners with knowledge and skills for a changing world. This is the work that the department is currently engaged with as one of the 2019 medium-term strategic framework at the strategic level. The immediate plans are the implementation of the curriculum with skills and competencies for the changing world. The fourth industrial revolution, ICT rollout, as well as the introduction of entrepreneurship, especially in the focus schools. Internal structures such as the teacher development and curriculum management are in place to ensure the in-year reporting to monitor progress on the implementation of the recommendation, Chair. So we are doing teacher development because we need to equip the teachers to be in line with the fourth industrial revolution and the new priorities of the sector. Number B, 2019 basic education sector Lekgotla was the fifth Lekgotla since 2015 because the sector wanted to plan as one sector, allowing even provinces and the entities that are working with the sector to move into one direction. That's why we feel that we need to have, but currently we're responding to the 2018 sector Lekgotla. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DM. Honorable Nchabeleng.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for your answer, Honorable Deputy Minister. Like you said, that this Lekgotlas that you hold every year, actually helps to, in a way, check what progress we are making on a lot of other things. But my question now is on school governance. Has these interventions that come from the resolutions of the Lekgotla, how have they impacted on governance or improved governance of schools in the country? Are we making progress with that?
Honorable DM.
Thank you, Chair. The January Mahutla, they involve even the National School Governing Body Associations in their various associations. That's why they are part of this. So they make an impact in the governance of the school. But apart from that, of course, on matters of governance, SGPs will be trained on various aspects of governance of school, your financial management, your safety in schools, and all the whole lot. But indeed, they do help in governance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DM. Honorable Baha.
Thank you, Chairperson. DM, one of the main recommendations presented at the Lekgotla was that the education sector needs to increase the number of schools that focus on critical learning areas, such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, as well as arts. How does the department intend enhancing these critical areas when our students' illiteracy levels are at 78% for grade 4 learners? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable DM.
Thank you, Chair. The honorable member will know that we are not only focusing on one aspect as the department. We focus on teacher development. That's why we participate even with other countries to evaluate our performance. And based on those evaluations, we are able to improve how we perform in the system. So another thing, as a department, we took a resolution, even in this year, 2019, Lekgotla, that we need to strengthen the foundation phase. And we came up with the strategies on how to help foundation phase teachers and the learners, that as the foundation becomes strong, then the whole system will move. One other resolution that was taken was a 3-line stream curriculum, that we don't only want to focus on one aspect like math, science, and technology, because there are learners who may not want to do mathematics in grade 12 or reach grade 12, but we want them to, we are working together with the Department of Higher Education to strengthen the programs in TVET colleges and our vocational schools, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Tuli.
Ngibonge, Chair. DM, I think inkinga enkulu emnyangweni wezemfundo ukuthi iningi labafundi baya drop out before bafike emazingeni aphezulu. And inkinga yokuthi kungani be drop out asiyazi ukuthi nanokuthi bashonaphi emveni kokuthi sebe drop out. Ikhona mhlambe into umnyango oyenzayo ukuthi ulandelele ukuthi abafundi baphi benzani nokuthi siphi izathu esenza ukuthi ba drop out. Ngiyabonga.
Honorable DM.
Chair, thank you very much. The dropout is caused by many, there's variety of reasons. Into eziningi ezikhosa dropout. Okunye ama-child-headed families, ingane ehlala nogogo, zonke kuningi nje okukhosa dropout. Kodwa-ke sisebenzisana ne-Department of Higher Education ukubheka ukuthi zishonaphi le ngane. Ngoba masibheka abantu abasha eSouth Africa, asibheki laba abasesikoleni kuphela. Sibheka nalaba abangenayo matric abagcwele umgwaqo bese sisebenzisana namasitha ukubheka ukuthi batraineka kanjani ukwenza umsebenzi wezandla uma bangaqedanga ugrade 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matibe.
Thank you, House Chair. I just want to check from the Deputy Minister in relation to the key issues that arise from the Lekgotla. One of them was teacher development. How is the department assisting, more especially underperforming school, to reach a level where they are with other performing school? For example, in our province, we have got schools that perform, Uambeli, EPP, Minga, Chibase, Tengwe High School. How is the program on teacher development assisting? Thank you, dear.
Honorable DM.
During the beginning of the year, I'll say the first quarter of what we call academic quarter, not financial. Yeah, January to March. We come together as a sector and analyze the results. As we analyze the results, we analyze per subject, per circuit, and we look as to this circuit lacks on this. Then that will tell you that is it a teacher or the learners or the quality of the teacher? Then we encourage them to have exchange programs. If it's this circuit is not doing well in mathematics, that other circuit is doing well in physical science, for argument's sake, then we are able to exchange. But our teacher development programs are aiming at empowering teachers and developing them to be in par with all the other teachers so that the level of education and the quality is the same throughout the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable DM, it now comes to question 3.8, asked by Honorable Christian. Honorable DM.
Chair, the first question, A, it's about when. The answer is no planned date because the comprehensive sexuality education has been part of the life skills and life orientation since 2000. So there's no planned date. Then the second part of the question is, when will it be available for public participation? It won't be available for public participation because there is literally nothing new to be taken to public. But when public feel that they would want to engage on this matter, the department is open, and as they request, then we will open for public participation. Number C of that question, what feedback has been received from public? There's no feedback because there's nothing that went to the public. Then the last one, what is wrong with the current program that is being replaced? So there's no program that is being replaced. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Christian.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, children learn how to treat each other from their environments. With intimate partner violence being the most common form of gender-based violence, it dramatically increases the risk of children and young adults, especially young men, becoming abusive in their later years. Today, right outside these walls, we have people protesting against the epidemic of gender-based violence. How will this program then, in the future, begin to engage pre- and post-pubescent boys regarding ideas of masculinity in order to build an environment of respect for women?
Honorable DM.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I nearly said this is a new question because now the focus is on violence, yet the original question was on sexual education, which we don't provide education that is called comprehensive sexual education. We don't have such a program. The program that we have is life orientation. So within the life orientation, there is comprehensive sexuality program, which helps the young learners to understand themselves, to understand their bodies, to be able to respond into the reactions of their bodies as they grow up, that they will be able to stand on their own. And when we look at this program, Chair, it delays even the sexual debate, to engage in sexual activities. It delays that because now these learners, they understand their bodies, they know the development of their bodies. It decreases even the frequency of sexual encounters. It decreases the number of teenage pregnancies, because most of the time when we come to the committee, we are asked of the the teenage pregnancies that is increasing every year. But if we teach them about sexuality program, then they understand and they are able to preserve themselves. And as we engage both boys and girls, even the boys will be able to behave and be able to respect the girls. And as we teach them to respect each other's bodies or one another's bodies, then we'll have a community that is respecting of one another. And such issues like what's happening today will be minimized. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Lehihi. Right at the corner. It's Honorable Lehihi, right at the corner. On the Limpopo side, right at the end.
Motlatsa mokhuduthamaga. Mo malatsing a go feta go nnile le moya o sa siamang. Mo nagile e bonela dipetelelo tsa bana le basadi. Ke mokgwa e feng e lefapha le ile dirileng gore bana ba dikolo ba dule ba sireletsegile kgatlhanong le petelelo e ka tswang mo barutabana kgotsa bone ba disa ditulo le ba disa meago.
Honorable DM.
Thank you. I think on this program, it helps, like I indicated just now, that it helps both boys and girls. And the girls, when we teach them about this, it develops the self-person, self-esteem, the self in the society that I know who I am and I know what I am and I understand myself. So it does not make them an inferior citizen as a girl, as we teach them. So, gentsi re ba ruta ka program e ya ba thusa gore ba itlhomphe le bana ba basimane ba tlhomphe ba banyana le banyana ba tlhomphe basimane, and then ba khula ba nne responsible citizens. Ke yona e ne ke ifang the honorable member before. Ke a nagana gore they are almost related, these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, TM. Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, there's something about your reply that I find very disturbing, and please help me if I'm wrong. But to teach students, firstly, about sex and sexuality, but you do not go further to actually open up the discussion, which is what Honorable Christians asked about masculinity, and the consequences, the ideas that society have of what men should be, and the skewed idea around that is actually one of the root causes why we sit with the problem that we're sitting today and why we have the protest. So from your reply, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the sense that this discussion is not being had. The problem does not lie with teaching, not lie only with teaching girls that they are worthy of respect and that they can be and do anything. The problem actually lies, and the members over there think it's a laughing matter, I do not. The problem actually lies by teaching boys that they should have the respect for girls in return. It's not a question of don't be raped, it's a question of don't rape. Now my question to you is, society preaches a very toxic idea of masculinity out there. What are we doing in our schools when we talk about sex and sexuality to make sure that we do not extend that toxic idea of masculinity amongst our boys? Thank you.
Honorable TM.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think a further question to this question was, what does the community say? And then would appreciate that, because we are, Chair, to be precise, what triggered this matter now to become a new matter after 19 years is a journalist that wrote that now the department is going to teach about sex in schools. Then everybody now picked up arms and say, what is it that we are teaching our children? Yet nothing that has changed. It's just that the department was improving on the content of the textbook. And the textbook, it covers issues of values, rights, culture, and sexuality. And within the values, that masculinity also is part of it. We cannot just have another subject called masculinity on its own, which when we teach this, it is the understanding. I'm reading now another discipline within. Values, rights, culture, and sexuality, understanding gender. It's part of the subject. Violence and staying safe. These are the subtopics within the comprehensive sexual education. Skills for health and well-being, the human body and development, sexuality and sexual behavior, and the reproductive health. I mean, everything is there. It's just that we cannot come here and pick each and every topic and say this is what is covered by. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable TM. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Deputy Minister, for that response, because I think the Deputy Minister, when I raised my hand to ask the question, she actually did respond to my question. But it's clear, Honorable Chairperson, that people within this House seem to think that sexuality education is sex education, and they need to be re-educated on that. But it's also clear that they're not prepared to hear what the Deputy Minister has to say. Thank you.
Comment. Honorable Minister DM, we now comes to question number 5.2, asked by Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable DM.
Thank you, Chair. The question by Honorable Ndongeni, our response is that an audit was conducted across the 9 provinces, and that audit revealed that we have 3,898 schools that still have inappropriate sanitation facilities. They do have, but it's inappropriate. So in August 2018, the Sanitation Appropriate for Education initiative was launched by President himself. Since the launch, August 2018, 188 school sanitation have been provided, schools have been provided with sanitation and have been handed over to schools, 188. And then currently we have 1,007 projects that are under implementation in various stages. And because this question, it goes further to indicate about the inappropriate schools. Schools are built by provinces through the Education Infrastructure Grant, but there were provinces which still have mud schools. That's why the department was implementing such programs under ASIDI. And in those projects, 222 inappropriate schools have been replaced. 795 sanitation, in the same program of ASIDI, Honorable Chair, 795 sanitation projects were completed. 937 water projects were completed. 372 electricity projects were completed. Further provincial education departments have delivered 109 new and replacement schools in the 2018-19 financial year. So 370 sanitation projects and 537 water projects through the provincial infrastructure program are underway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, TM. Honorable Ndongeni.
Chair, DM, in view of the fact that maintenance and construction of infrastructure is constitutionally a provincial government competence, what mechanisms are in place in order to for the national department to be able to support the work of the provinces?
Honorable DM.
Thank you, Chair. To make our work to be seamless together with provinces, that's why we have these structures. You have your CM, you have your headcom, and there are also technical committees. Committees of infrastructure, they sit together with the committee, the committee in the national office to come and give a report. And even in the CM, every year and every month, we get reports on projects that are taking place in provinces. That's why basic education knows exactly that this province is implementing these new projects on a total new school or maintaining of a school or building of sanitation. So we're able to consolidate our work. And professionals, engineers that are appointed by basic education are able also to go and visit those projects in the provinces. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Lehihi.
Mtubatuba, lefapha la gago le bonya. Ebile le ikgatolla go tlhabola dikolo. Le tlile go dira eng? O ka go bontsha gore dikago tsotlhe tsa dikolo di a lekana. Mo nageng ebile di tshwana le ka kakaretso.
Honorable DM.
It's very difficult to say all the schools will be uniformed because there are schools which were built before '94, which are very strong and we need to maintain them. There are schools which were built immediately after democracy in South Africa. And the plans have changed. The designs have changed. But what we are doing now as a department, we want to come up with uniform designs for primary schools and secondary schools. But the challenge is you still going to have small schools and bigger schools. So the plans may not be the same, but we are working on that. But challenges of schools are a moving target. Populations are moving. Today you build a school here. Tomorrow people are chasing economic activities and they move from this area. Now the school remains with few learners and now we are expected to build a school where the number of people have gone to. That's why it's not easy to say we'll 100% eradicate the challenges of infrastructure.
Thank you. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, what role has the public in general played in assisting to provide solutions to these challenges faced by the sector?
Honorable DM.
Thank you, Chair. The challenge of the public, I'm one person, I don't like pointing fingers. But what makes it to be difficult to deliver infrastructure is the public. Because you deliver a school, the same public where the school is, instead of the public owning the school, they see an opportunity to get the doors and whatever from the very same school that belongs to the public. And another thing, you appoint a contractor, public members from the community will come and say, how was the contractor appointed? And when you follow the supply chain processes, and you find that they did not even apply, what is it, tender? I don't even like to use that word. They did not even tender, whatever. And they come, they say, yeah, want to be appointed, want to implement the school. And they cause chaos, and it makes us look like we are delaying in the implementation of the projects. Even in the sanitation project, they say, the SAFE, we are a bit behind because of such things. When you bring a contractor on site, they all want to sub, and they sub until the money exceeds the cost of the project itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Mtsamai.
Nekere minister ha sa kgone go araba dipotso ka Setswana aska a kope toloki aska araba fela, because question ya the Honorable Lefifi, ha ya araba, ha butse ka matla. Wa bona? Ne kopa hore ke ready tse lona la re.
Honorable Mutsamai, you don't have, we are dealing with a supplementary question. Honorable, okay. The last supplementary question can go to Honorable Christian. Honorable Christian. Order, members. Honorable members, order. Let's allow Honorable Christian to ask the question.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, we've heard you speak about that you are in the process of eradicating pit toilets, you are in the process of building new schools, you are in the process of looking at infrastructure, and so on. So we've spoken about it at length in 2019. For the 2019-2020 financial year, your department has committed to eradicating pit toilets altogether. Yet, to date, there are still about 3,800 pit toilets across the country. So I think I just want to get right to the point and ask you, give us a date and a time. When are these pit toilets going to be eradicated? Thank you.
Honorable TM.
Chair, according to the 3,898, the time frame that we have allocated ourselves is 2021. That's when the last toilet will be built. We are doing that because we are guided not by financial resources, but by the capacity of the implementing agents. And we're not using one implementing agent, we're using many implementing agents. And some of them, remember, they implement and they also provide resources. Not to say that all the money comes from government. So if they say this year we're going to build you 50 toilets, 2018-19 we build 20, 19-20 we build 20, 2021 we build 10. We can't say build them now when they come with their money and their capacity. So from the program that we have is that the last toilet will be built in 2021. Why is it question
No,
Thank you.
Honorable DM. Honorable DM, we are dealing with question 59 asked by Honorable Lehihi. Honorable DM.
Thank you, Chair. The question is about Tlamelang Special School. That the learners at Tlamelang Special Schools are transported by a scholar transport. But in this case, they are transported by a school bus, not a scholar transport outside the school, which is provided by the Northwest Department of Education. So we were never informed until we got this question that there is a problem. So we sent our people to go to the school, but at the time they arrived at the school, all the learners were at the school. So we were told that no, they arrived on time, but now we sent a team to monitor that do the learners come on time. But the report we got from Northwest is that there is no problem unless on the days maybe the bus has a problem, but generally learners come to school on time. But we thank the member to bring that to our attention. That's why we are monitoring that closely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Lehihi. Honorable Lehihi is right at the end of the Limpopo section. Right at the end, at the corner. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Honorable PB. Honorable PB is right in front, KZN.
Support Tasha, hey, ngaloko kuthi. Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu. Ngicela ukwazi lamphathisa ukuba ingaba ikhona yini imiqathango enqala esemgodlweni wakho mayelana nesithuthi sabafundi. Yeyiphi indima umnyango oyidlalayo ukuze uqinisekise ukuthi kuyenzeka?
We'll leave it to the DM because it's not linked to this one. This one was specifically to this special school, but it's entirely up to you, DM.
Bayibhale kahle bayibuze sizayiphendula ngesikhathi esifanele. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Peter Way.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, in the light of the scholar transport problem, are you aware that in the Free State, since the Department of Education has taken over the responsibility of scholar transport from the Department of Public Works, that there are periods for as long as 2 to 3 weeks that there's no scholar transport available due to payments to the contractors not being paid on date, or irregular payments made to the contractors? And what will the ministry do about this problem? Thank
Honorable
you.
members, the supplementary question must be linked to the original question, but I'll leave it to the DM. Honorable DM.
Thank you, Chair. If there are questions on scholar transport, would appreciate, because NCOP is directly linked to provinces. And we can appreciate if those questions can be taken to provinces, because even payment, if they don't pay on time, we might not know sometimes that they are not paying on time, because we'll wait until when we get the financial report. And that financial report may not indicate that we underspent because we did not pay service providers. Thank you.
Honorable DM, we now come to question 53 asked by Honorable Nzube. Honorable DM.
Chair, thank you. So, yeah, maybe to start with, because the question is asking about Lushaka, then you might ask, what is Lushaka? But yeah, it's Funza Lushaka Besari. If it does
There's Funza
reach-
missing.
Yes, there's Funza missing. That the Funza Lushaka Baisaris, they do reach the objectives in promoting teaching as a profession. Chair, the big answer to this is yes, a big yes. It reaches every year. And as I speak right now, we produce more than 25,000 teachers per year since we have Funza Lushaka. Yes, there is NSFAS, there is other bursaries where our students benefit. But with this Funza Lushaka, we have even changed the approach, Chair, that the recruitment is done at district level because each district knows its needs. You cannot sit down at basic education and decide on the needs of the districts. So they recruit there in their circuits. There are schools that are far in the remote areas wherein teachers would not love to go. But when you recruit from there, those learners will want to go and teach their siblings, they teach their children. So it works and it gets the right target, the poorest of the poor and the needy ones that they come. So the current allocation to Funza Lushaka is 1.1 billion, and the department has awarded 134,000 Funza Lushaka bursaries between 2007 and 2008, and at a cost of almost 8 billion. So we are getting results. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Nsupe.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'd want to ask the Deputy Minister to further clarify here, because the South African School Act stipulates that learner educator ratio would be 30:1. And you have furthermore said that the bursary, it is actually serving its objectives. So my question would be, how many of those teachers that the bursary have produced, the 25,000 that we are talking about, how many of teachers have the department consumed? Because currently, as we are sitting here now, most of the schools are overcrowded. So we want to check how many of the teachers have the department consumed to actually deal with the question of overcrowding in our classroom. Thank you very much.
Honorable TM.
Thank you. I indicated that there are teachers who are produced by NSFAS. There are teachers who are produced by Funza Lushaga. There are teachers who are paying for themselves. So there is no shortage of teachers. The challenge is the post-provisioning norm. It's not a challenge because schools will decide to open many streams in a school. And when you count the number of teachers versus the learners, you find that it's 1:29, not even 1:30. But when you get into a classroom, you find that there are 70. And another cause of an overcrowding might be the facilities because of the choice. In villages that I know very well, you find that there are 3 primary schools. Parents would want their children to go to this one primary school. That's why when we empower and develop principals, we develop them in such a way that let them produce almost similar results, that parents and boost the confidence of parents to their schools. Because it's really amazing. I went to a school here in Germiston. There were 3 schools in one vicinity, but parents want their children in this one school. And when I arrived, the school has 1,800 learners. And the other school there, with empty classrooms, has only 600 learners. So that is the cause of the overcrowding. But the shortage of teachers is not there. The Funza Lushaga bursary is helping the sector big time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable TM. Honorable Christian.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, I hear you say that there is not a shortage of teachers. First of all, before I say that, I would like to commend the department on the Funza Lushaga bursary, because I do think it's doing a good job in producing the teachers that we need in the country. However, I would have to disagree with the Deputy Minister that there are enough teachers in the country, because our schools actually see otherwise. Our schools see a lack of teachers, especially in mathematics and in science. And the theory is that these teachers are leaving the Republic of South Africa to go and teach elsewhere. And what are we doing in South Africa to retain our teachers, especially our good mathematics and science teachers, that they don't go to Australia or to Dubai or wherever else the conditions and the salaries are better? What are we doing to retain our teachers who qualify in this country? What actual programs are in place for these talented teachers to stay? Thank you.
Honorable TM.
Chair, the question on retention, it's a new question, but I understand honorable member says he differs with me. Chair, the challenge is the distribution of teachers. Even in one school, you find that one school has 6 English teachers and 1 maths teacher. And sometimes it depends upon the nature of the leadership of the school. That's why our training is focusing on the school management team, so that they must understand the priorities of the school. That if in this school we need a maths teacher, and our school now, due to the number of people moving out of the school, going to settle somewhere else, then the number of learners have reduced. Now the school has to release teachers. You find that the maths teacher was the last to be appointed. Then, because everybody wants to be satisfied, they say, last in, first out. I visited a school where I found that norm was used. When I ask, if mathematics really is your priority, why did you allow a math teacher to leave? They said, no, he was affected by LIFO. What is LIFO? But last in, first out. How can you allow that to happen? Because that will happen at a school level. But we are saying now we are discouraging that thing to happen. We want the teachers, not best teachers, the teachers that are a priority to a school to be retained by the school. But if there's a question on the retention, we will gladly come and answer to that question.
Thank you, Honorable TM. Honorable Gillion.
Thank you, Chairperson. DM, I also want to applaud this Funsa Lusaka bursary program. The department is doing very good, but I've got a worry, especially for our students in the rural areas. Can you give us the assurance, DM, that this department is taking all avenues, and what avenues this department are using to make sure that the bursary program is widely publicized?
Honorable TM.
The bursary program is publicized at circuit level. People who knows the plights of the circuits are the circuit managers. So we send the applications to the circuit managers, but per province. The province will go out to circuits. The provincial team of school teacher development will go to the circuits, to all the circuits, and leave the forms to circuit managers. And circuit managers, together with the principals in the area, they have that structure that is called circuit management team. They will sit down, then they will preach the gospel to all the learners that are doing grade 12 and who want to be teachers. And on subjects like math, science, and technology, we encourage learners to take teaching as a profession of choice. And when they see, in some other provinces, they even add that they give them some sort of stipend to buy some goodies. And those stipends make them to want to go to do teaching as a subject, as a career of choice. But the challenge is when that teaching is not in the person was only attracted by the incentives. Then when they finish, they do what Honorable Member has said, that hey, I didn't want to be a teacher, but the circumstances forced me to be a teacher. But with this, really, we do achieve to get teachers in the remote rural areas to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable TM. Honorable TM, we now come to question 40 asked by Honorable Bacha. Honorable TM. The last one for the day for you. To make it simple.
The question on safe.
Yes.
Yeah, safety. Chair, the issues of safety will always remain a bone of contention, because I know that members will want to know what is the department doing. Even if the department can do, but when you can look at the people that were gathered outside here, that is beyond the department. If you can look at what is happening in the communities, is beyond the reach of the department, because a school is a symbol of a community. What transpires or happens at a school is exactly what is happening in the community. And safety to us, it does not only refer to the learners, it's the safety of the buildings itself. And who are the people that are vandalizing the community? Safety of teachers. Who are the people that are following our teachers to school? Are members of community. Are following them. You enter a school, a teacher is gunned down. It's not easy, but the department chair has the National School Safety Framework. which is a strategic response to school safety in our schools. And we encourage all provinces to follow that guideline. At the same time, the school governing bodies, they have subcommittees, which is called School Safety Committee, which are the ones that they deal with issues of safety at schools. Safety among learners that are bullying, teachers that are fighting among themselves, learners fighting among themselves. There are so many instabilities in schools. Then they work with a community structure that is called the school safety committees. They work with a community structure called community policing forums. But this can only work in a stable society. When the society is not stable, it's not easy for these committees to function. But where there is stability, they are able to function effectively with no qualms. Then they also work with SAPS. In the area, policing area, the police station, together with the circuit, within a circuit, they will identify cops and allocate them to schools. And where there is a challenge, the police station will just go there and search, random search, and the schools, the departments in provinces, they buy the metal detector devices that when they enter the school, those metal detectors, they are able to catch if maybe they have weapons or they have substances. So that's what we are doing. I believe that because the question has so many sub-questions, I tried to answer all the sub-questions in one. So I may take if there's a follow-up question. Thank you.
Thank you, TM. Honorable Bacha.
Thank you, Chair. You see, even though there are subsections in the question, the issue is about school safety, that's the bottom line. Now, on the Emily Diacher case, who was kidnapped on Tuesday, one of the people that are in custody is a teacher in that same school. That's one. Two, from the first 6 months of this year, about 7 stabbings have happened in our schools, and which then raises a question of, I think UTM is right to say that what we would want to know is, what is the department doing? For me, I think it's not enough to have a framework. If that framework is not implemented, it is good as not there at all. Now, how are you going to make sure that kids are safe at schools, that framework is implemented and yield the required results? Remember, you have the overall responsibility of what happens to a child who is at school. The problem will lie squarely on your doorstep, because we would say as parents, we have not done what we were supposed to do. So how do we make sure as a department that that framework is not just a document, it's a document that works and protects learners and teachers equally in that same school? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable TM.
Chair, the school governing, the school safety framework is not a document which the department sat in a corner and developed that document. The document came as a result of a school safety summit, which was held with all stakeholders. And the stakeholders at the time included SGPs, included SAPS, included social development, included all the relevant stakeholders. That's why we came with that document. And the framework is not just a framework. I said it has been taken to provinces, it has been taken to schools. The school governing bodies are the ones that are implementing that is the one that says there must be school safety committees, and there are school safety committees. Is the one that says the school safety committees must work with Community Policing Forum. It's the one that says there must be an adopt a cop in a school. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's the framework, we have hung it somewhere, then for people to look at it. No, it's a framework that is being implemented. All what I have said is exactly what is contained in the framework. And we deal with human beings. A human being will do whatever he wants. You will have your correctional services officers. When they say, what do they call them now? I would say a prisoner.
Inmates.
When an inmate has escaped, often that the inmate has been assisted by the very same officer. When you say, whatever, I mean, a human being is a human being. You cannot say, I have a system that will detect what a human being is thinking. That system we may not have. Like this current issue, we're all really so amazed that how can teachers, the same teachers who are supposed to take care of these children, are the ones now who are abducting children. So it's not something that the department is uploading, that, hey, our teachers are doing good. No. And we are working with the South African Council of Educators. We are working with the Education Labor Relations Council on these matters that are affecting teachers. That's why anything that has to do when a teacher has put his ugly hand, those structures are there also to take that teacher to task. And we don't appreciate when teachers lose their jobs, because when when your matter arrives at SACE, the chances of you being scrapped from SACE are 90%. And it's not, because if we do that, we are adding again in that pool of people that will cause trouble. So that's why we focus on the rehab, on the correctional, what is it? Yeah, correcting the morale and whatever of the people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tim. Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Minister, earlier on when we asked you about the backlog of schools, you indicated that it's the community's fault. Just now you've indicated that this is now a societal problem. With respect, you seem to me to be a blame shifter of note. I'm not sure whether the Cabinet actually gets classes in this. I suspect you might. My question is, surely, when you say human beings will be human beings, other countries that also have human beings do not have the crisis that we currently have. Surely you can't say that it's only a societal problem. Surely, as a government, you must take some responsibility for the deteriorating moral fiber of our country, firstly. And secondly, our schools are dangerous, not only for students, but also for their teachers. Surely, as the government, you must take some responsibility and not only shift the blame to society. Thank you.
Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Chair. I think my answer was more than enough when I say we work with law enforcement officers, agencies, with the school. That's why we have a formal program, Adopt a Cop. And they also have a formal program of Adopt a School. And they go to schools. And I'm not shifting any blame. That's why if we were shifting blames, we would not even come up with the framework of school safety. And we're not going to say, SGPs, this is what we do, establish these committees and the committees and et cetera, et cetera. And even the South African Council of Educators was not going to have that code of ethics for teachers. Because if a teacher is found to have violated the rights of a child, that matter is escalated to that council. So, I mean, even the Education Labor Relations Council has taken that matter serious to show that the systems within the education sector are responsible and are taking responsibility on what is happening at schools. So we should not, Chair, refer to countries which we don't even have statistics, because other countries might not be as open as South Africa about what is happening in their countries. I've been to many countries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Dutoit. Honorable Dutoit.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Minister, I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that the safety of the children, the learners, the teachers, as well as the schools is very important. It's public knowledge that the Freedom Front Plus tabled a private members bill with regards to the restriction of protest action near schools or at schools. I want to know, would you say that it's in the interest of all learners and schools that learners are to be protected from protest action on school grounds or near school grounds? Thank you.
Honorable TM.
Thank you, Chair. That's the message we preach every day. That's the message that the department is preaching every day, that when communities are protesting, they must allow learners to stay at school. They must allow them to be taught, like, must allow them to exercise their rights to receive education. So we really, really appreciate that, and we are calling upon political parties that let's not just be opposition. We are here in Parliament representing all people outside there. And if we have a better way that can curb and promote safety in schools, the department has opened its hands that you can submit your proposal, but a proposal that is not abstract, a proposal that will not need a miracle to implement, a proposal that is implementable, that is smart in its nature. We are calling upon all members to do so, because these are our children, are not children of political parties, are not children of whosoever, but are the children of South Africa. And South Africa is depending upon those children for the future of this country. So, Chair, even the parents, the society, we are calling upon them that let them allow learners to be taught at school. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Zandamela.
Thank you, House Chair. The Deputy Minister earlier on mentioned when there was a question about buildings that the communities, they see an opportunity of going and grabbing a door and all those things. But I just want to ask the Deputy Minister, because we all agree there's a need for safety of our kids in schools. Why is the department not employing people on a full-time basis than relying on the SGBs and the arrangement of the community and the police? You even said that at times when there's problems in schools, then the police will come and check and all those things. Why is the department not employing security on a full-time basis in our schools?
Honorable TM.
Chair, I don't want to give examples because it will take the whole day, but what the department is doing is to encourage communities to take responsibility, because a school, it's a community facility. So the community must learn to take care of its facility. That is the message that we are preaching every day. Even the SGPs, we are telling them that when they've called the community meetings, the ward councillors, when they've called meeting, let them tell communities that this facility is a clinic, it's a community facility, a police station, it's a community facility. The community must take care of all these community facilities. So, but because if we keep on putting security right around, you make that institution to be vulnerable. Immediately the security is looking this side, people will come in because they will wonder, what is it that you are securing there? It means you must go and take. So those things of putting security measures are not in the pipeline, are in the discussion by the department to look as to what is it. Because you put a fence, you come tomorrow, the fence is down. But we are saying we are looking at all that our schools must be fenced, must have a gate, must have A guard room must have a security that mans people that are coming in and going out of the school. But it's not something that we can say we are implementing tomorrow because it has financial implications. And yet the department is a labor-intensive department. When you look at its budget now, the huge amount goes to the compensation of employees. So, but what the honorable member is raising is something that the department will also look at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, the Honorable Dr. Muhaule, for availing herself. You are still in for some questions. Allow me to thank the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, not Higher Education, the Honorable Dr. Muhaule, for availing herself to take question in the NCOP. Thank you, DM. Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Manamela, you are welcome. Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Honorable Manamela, we are starting with question 5-4 from Honorable Ntube. Your first question for the day, DM.
Thank you. The Technical Vocational Education and Training College curriculum is undergoing large-scale review, and the process of updating the information and communication technology curricula has already begun and will be finalized in the latter part of 2019. And colleges will be supported in the next year to ensure that preparations to deliver the revised curricula and introduction of additional subjects. I must say in 2019, attention has focused on updating all technology-related curricula, particularly in the report 191 dated programs that are still in high demand by post-matriculants who wish to pursue post-secondary studies in preparation for employment, and also updated curriculum that better prepares students in areas such as critical thinking, information processing, use of advanced multimedia and online technologies have already been introduced in 2019 in the management communication syllabus. From next year, updated curricula will include Internet of Things as a significant part of the life skills curriculum in the National Certificate Vocation qualification, and further revisions will be made to the IT and Computer Science NCV program, which will equip students to engage in problem-solving solutions using technologies that are easily and readily available. A major part of the preparation for delivery of the updated curricula will involve the training of lecturers who must also be upskilled to deliver this curricula. The Curriculum Development and Support Directorate in our department is working in collaboration with various stakeholders on several aspects relating to the improvement of digital skills for the fourth industrial revolution. We have entered into collaborations with Cisco in 4 areas, mainly being life orientation, which involves the integration of digital skills in life orientation, National Certificate Information Technology, wherein we are reviewing the NCV, IT and Computer Science program, and then the NATED curriculum updates, where we are, the computer skills related content across several NATED programs are under review. And then we've also established centers of excellence throughout the country, in all the provinces, College of Cape Town here in the Western Cape, Elangeni in KZN, Vuselela in Northwest, Garsibande in Mpumalanga, Nkangala, Waterbeck in Limpopo, Southwest TVET College, Southwest Gauteng in Gauteng, Muteo in Free State, and King Sabata Dalindiabo in the Eastern Cape. But also part of the collaboration with Cisco include our TVET branch, finalizing the stages for the NCV stream to focus on basic skills needed for the fourth industrial revolution related jobs such as robotics and coding. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Honorable Mtsupe.
Thanks, Chairperson. We wanted to check with the Minister precisely to what are the threats and opportunities presented by the fourth industrial revolution to education sector, especially in curriculum content. Thanks.
Honorable DM.
Thank you. I think the brief response to that question would be that we have to constantly review our curriculum because of the disruptive nature of the fourth industrial revolution. That's the first thing. The second major challenge is the fact that we are still in certain quarters in our country and with some of our TVET colleges are still yet to catch up with the third industrial revolution. That's the reality which our country is finding itself in, and that's why some of the partnerships that I've spoken about with Cisco and all of that are specifically focusing on digitization, which is a part of us ensuring that we are up to date as it relates to the third industrial revolution, but also link that to the fourth industrial revolution. The third major challenge is the fact that jobs are not permanent, in that today you could be having a particular form of work, and tomorrow that work may be, maybe out of fashion in the labor market, precisely because, as I said, of the disruptiveness. And therefore, the curriculum have to keep on par with the demands, particularly of the labor market, but also of the developing nature of the fourth industrial revolution. So those are the major challenges. We believe that our department, both departments of science and technology and also of higher education, are up to task in ensuring that we constantly keep our curriculum up to date to ensure that we meet the demands, particularly of the labor market and the economy.
Thank you, TM. Honorable Killion.
Thank you, Chairperson. DM, is there any capacity within the Higher Education, Science and Technology Ministry to track and analyze the key trends in the evolution of the fourth industrial revolution and their possible impact on the education system? If not, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details?
Honorable TM.
Thank you very much. I think what we've done is to instruct both our departments to work together and to use their separate capacities collectively in order to ensure that we meet the demands of the evolving fourth industrial revolution. I mean, we'll have to look at, obviously, support in terms of research and innovation. We'll have to look at equipping lecturers and students to prepare for a world of work, which, as I said earlier on, is fundamentally changing on a day-to-day basis. We'll have to look at embracing the affordability of the fourth industrial revolution in the post-school education and training sector, how it is managed, administered, equipped, and also learning and teaching facilities. So all of those, a combination of all of those means that both our departments have to work together. And we think that it was actually a very crucial decision for the President to combine both the ministries of science and technology and of higher education, because that's the only way within which we can succeed if we are to build capacity in responding to the demands of the fourth industrial revolution.
Thank you, Honorable TM. Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, currently 80% of 10-year-olds can't read for comprehension. How can we then discuss preparing a next generation for the fourth industrial revolution if your sister department, the Department of Basic Education, can't even capacitate them to read and write?
Honorable TM.
Well, look, I think you missed an opportunity to ask that question to the Deputy Minister of Basic Education. But I also think that what is important is Firstly, some of the interventions that are made at that level, at basic education level, to ensure that we improve that state of affairs. But what is also crucial, I think, is the announcement that the Minister of Basic Education made around the commitment by her department, working together with us, to introduce, for instance, coding at that level, which we think is going to be a very crucial one, which is more about problem-solving skills, and all of that. I am in no doubt that both the Minister and Deputy Minister of Basic Education are spending sleepless nights to ensure that we prepare learners for post-school education and training sector.
The last supplementary question in relation to this question is from Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you, Chair. DM, I hear you speak of the fourth industrial revolution, but my question is it going to solve the problem of the society, or is it only going to benefit the big businesses and the state is not proactively intervening?
Honorable DM.
Look, I mean, all the other preceding revolutions have taught us that if we do not deal with the socio-economic systems that governs the conditions within which the revolution happens, you are definitely going to have a situation wherein people are alienated from the revolution itself, firstly, and I think this is crucial. If it's not about resolving people's immediate problems, if it's also going to lead to concentration of wealth, I mean, that would result into concentration of wealth. I mean, if you look at, for instance, some of the innovations of the third industrial revolution, the proceeds from those have essentially deepened inequalities in our society. If you look at, Google, Facebook, if you look at Apple, if you look at Amazon, I mean, some of the top companies in the world, top 5 companies in the world are companies that are not producing any tangible goods and services. And the owners of those companies are billionaires in dollar terms, and they are controlling the wealth of the country. So if we do not ensure that the fourth industrial revolution meets those particular conditions, we will have continued inequality, definitely. We will have a situation wherein people are alienated from the revolution itself. We will have continued concentration of wealth in the hands of the few. Now, the state, in this case, our government, is obviously doing its best to ensure that we empower as many people as possible to be proactively involved, not only as labor, but as entrepreneurs, as innovators, in order to ensure that the multitude of our people play an active role in the evolving fourth industrial revolution.
Thank you. Honorable DM, we come now to question 4.1 asked by Honorable Christian. Honorable DM, yes. Is the second question for you for the day?
We'll try and be quicker.
The monitoring mechanism programs for NEFSAS.
Yes. Payments for tuition fees and university managed accommodation and meals are made directly to institutions to be disbursed to their, to students' fee accounts. Allowances for university students are also distributed by institutions directly to students. And this is therefore monitored through data exchange and remittance processes between NSFAS and institutions. In some cases, NSFAS disburses directly to students where the TVET college has elected that this should happen. These disbursements are made to students via the NSFAS wallet, which uses the student's cell phone number as a basis for imparting value by cash vouchers. The department has no direct monitoring system in place to follow how students utilize direct payments that they receive for learning support material, transport, off-campus accommodation, and living expenses. Trends can be followed through close engagement with institutions and research surveys that monitor trends in students' behavior. NSFAS has a responsibility to ensure that students meet the financial eligibility criteria for NSFAS funding, and in partnership with institutions, have the responsibility for ensuring that students are meeting the academic requirements for progression, and some universities have put in place financial literacy programs to support students with financial decision-making. The intention is to continue with the direct payment of cash to students, and the department and NSFAS believe that students should have the ability to make certain independent decisions about their own financial and academic well-being. The voucher system that restricts how and where students can spend their allowances limited students' choice and independent responsibility, and was obviously open to abuse. NSFAS took the decision to implement the cash payment system to students at the start of the 2019 academic year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, House Chair. The decision to pay the students the cash, the 5,000 Rand cash for their textbooks, has had very concerning and detrimental effects on universities. So much so that Minister Nzimande agreed with me that there are concerns. Initial sales data for the first 6 months of 2019 has shown unit sales of academic books dropped by 91% compared to 2018. So booksellers are closing down and people are losing their jobs. Students do not have textbooks with which to study. Studies have shown that in countries like Botswana, there is a direct correlation between students' ownerships of textbooks and their engagement, their subsequent results, together with their pass rates. How will the department ensure that students have the necessary material to study if these cash payments are continued to be made, with the understanding that the student will use the money correctly? But what about the students that do not use the money adequately and correctly? What is the department going to do to ensure that students have those textbooks to study so that we can continue to improve on their pass rates? I've heard you say that you will not be returning to the voucher system. So what other system do you then have?
Honorable Christians,
to track?
it's a supplementary question.
Okay. Let me end off. What system do you have in place to track how the students are spending that money?
Thank you. Honorable DM.
Thank you. I think firstly, this is the first year in which we've implemented this system. We're paying students directly. The booksellers have written to the minister raising their concerns and showing the numbers and all of that. And I must emphasize that our major concern is that the students, all students in higher education and training institutions must pass, but in particular those students who are recipients of the grant, and that's our major interest. So we are obviously going to look at what's happening. We've engaged with the South African Vice Chancellors associations in order for them to also look at this particular issue. What I must emphasize, honorable member, is that we're not a baby mama state. We are not going to have a situation wherein we are policing the pockets of each and every student who is a recipient, because we believe that students have, at the time they go to university, they're already young adults, and therefore should take responsibility of their actions. And if we do not entrust them with that responsibility, that they need to be making decisions that will affect their future, without us behaving like a baby mama state that's going to be monitoring everything that's happening around them, we are not going to be building better citizens of the future. And that's the point which we think we need to emphasize. We're going to be looking at this first year, 2019. We are, of course, concerned, but we're going to be looking at this first year, 2019, as to the relationship between all of those variables you've mentioned, ownership of textbooks and performance in terms of, because we don't have any baseline to compare to as it relates to that in any way, even when there was the implementation of the voucher system, some of the booksellers were collaborating with students to corrupt the system. You know, so they must also not act as though some of them were innocent. Some of them were giving students cash in exchange of the vouchers and claiming that and a percentage of that. You know, so I mean, those are some of the issues which so it doesn't matter what kind of a system, you are not going to have a situation wherein, as someone said in the past, you know, uncorrupt and already corrupt person or corrupt system. What we can do is to try and ensure that those students who are beneficiaries of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme pass and then progress and exit the system.
Honorable Tuli.
The former President Jacob Zuma was shared with the report that showed that NSFAS was a total failure. And we must do away with it. Firstly, what happened to the report of Commission of Inquiries into Higher Education and Training, and why are we not implementing its findings and do away with NSFAS? And introduce free, quality, decolonized education that will eliminate all problems of delay payments. Thank you.
Honorable DM.
I don't know what commission is that. I don't remember that commission. Yeah, there's actually no commission there was never a commission on higher education. So can I just not respond to that question? But I think the other issues requires much more time to engage with. Thank you.
Honorable Arnott.
Minister, I truly don't know why you don't know about the commission of inquiry into higher education. There was a
Honorable Arnott, ask your question.
My question is coming. There was a 752-page document that was left by the president. And some of the recommendations was, and I'm talking about the NSFAS, that NSFAS must be out. And one of the recommendations was that, and you can go and read it on page 550. You can go and read it, that we recommend that the public TET education be free. That's one of the recommendations. So I don't know why you don't know about this now. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable TM.
Thank you. I think, you know, you must take your own advice. Firstly, the former president set up the HIFA Commission, which was making inquiries into the funding of higher education. And you're talking about a commission of inquiry on higher education. Those are two completely different things. The one was never existent, and that's the second one. But secondly, in December, I think around the 16th or somewhere around there, the former president made a comprehensive statement that was responding to that commission, to the recommendations of the commission that is already set up. And part of those included introducing fee-free higher education to the poor and the working class, and a whole range of other issues, and instructed various government departments to work on the implementation of some of the recommendations which were established. So I really think that before you come here and embarrass yourself, don't ask questions on commissions and reports which do not exist.
Order members, Honorable Mtubatuba, Honorable Mtubatuba, Honorable TM, Honorable TM, order members, Honorable TM, we now come to question 5-6 asked by Honorable Malika. It's linked to 41, the very same one of NSFAS. Order members.
Thank you very much. I must say that there have been significant changes and improvements as it relates to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme made by the administrator in keeping to the gazetted terms of reference of the administration period of August 2019. This has resulted in a more stable 2019 student funding cycle in the sector. There's been or this can be seen mostly in the improvements in the disbursement of student allowances in 2019, resulting in significantly less disruption to the academic program that has occurred in 2018, where students were confirmed late in the year and received their allowances late. In 2019, the majority of students where funding was confirmed, registration took place, students signed their bursary agreements and received their allowances early in the academic year. Data exchange between institutions and NSFAS has significantly improved and resulted in a smoother funding cycle. And many errors from the 2017-18 academic year have been corrected. This has a direct effect on students receiving funding at the appropriate time. Appeals are being processed efficiently, and data exceptions have been significantly reduced. There have also been improvement to the support provided to institutions by NSFAS to resolve problems timeously, including more direct support to our TVET colleges. Compliance with bursary rules has improved and resulted in low error numbers and outstanding or incorrect payment. As reported to Parliament about some few days ago in August 2018, the NSFAS administrator, while under administration, has paid significant attention to issues of organizational governance and management, including intensifying high-risk areas in the business process of the NSFAS. We must say, as it relates to the opening of registration for 2020, this has been done from the beginning of September this year. In fact, on the 2nd of September, the Minister, together with the NSFAS, officially opened the application cycle for NSFAS bursary applicants. The new term of administration, together with the new terms of reference, have been published in the Government Gazette, and this is to allow for continued improvement in the operations of the entity. The administrator and his team will also work closely with the ministerial team that will soon be appointed to conduct a review of NSFAS business process with a view of making decisions about NSFAS going forward. We believe that NSFAS has a critical mandate to support funding for students from poor and working class background in the university and TVET college sector, and more efficient and effective NSFAS is an absolute priority of the administrator, supported by the department and the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. The working relationship, which is the second part of the question, between the NSFAS and institutions has been an ongoing priority of the administrator and the department, and also the relationship have improved significantly. Regular engagement takes place between NSFAS and institutions and with stakeholder groups, including student representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, are there future plans by the department to reconfigure the governance and the management of the NSFAS? If not, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details?
Honorable DM.
Thank you very much. I mean, the NSFAS is currently, as I said, under administration. The administration term has been extended for a year. The administrator has been asked to ensure that we have competent, capable management at the NSFAS, and also that towards the completion of the administration period, we will appoint a board that will oversee the operation of the NSFAS. So yes, there are those plans and those are the details, and I think more details are also in the Government Gazette.
Thank you. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, House Chair. As you rightfully said, Deputy Minister, that part of the terms of reference in placing NSFAS under administration was to put in place the necessary management and governance controls, which has been extended for another year now. Yet, the same administrator told the Portfolio Committee last week that the systems that are being utilized by NSFAS are crashing on a daily basis without warning, and described the IT system as dysfunctional and extremely unstable. Indeed, when the applications opened less than 4 or 5 days ago, on the 1st of September, the system crashed once again, and the students were unable to apply for their bursaries. Is it not time to return the application process to the institutions? who have always managed the application process successfully in the past. NSFAS, as hard as what it has tried in the past, since 2012, it has been unsuccessful to play its role in helping our students.
Honorable DM.
Thank you very much. I think the crashes that we're talking about are, well, as per the engagement with the administrator and also with the management at NSFAS, are the crashes which were obviously unforeseen. I think that's the first thing. The second thing which we need to emphasize is the fact that because of the obvious excitement, but also panic on a number of potential applicants, people are crowding the system, and that's why it's, it's crashing. We're expecting that as the application process goes on up to November, that it will smoothen out, but I'm certain that the NSFAS is working around the clock to make sure that it fixes the system. The advantage of having the NSFAS managing the applications centrally is in such a way that students do not have to go to each and every institutions where they apply to study, that they also have to apply for NSFAS. So they apply once at the NSFAS, and that gives them a grant to go and study anywhere where they are, admitted. But also I think that what we've seen, and that's why the minister's appointed, or is going to be appointing a task team to look at the business processes at the NSFAS. There's been a lot of corruption, which has been associated with institutions granting students who should not ordinarily be beneficiaries of the NSFAS. That has happened. And we think that with the NSFAS managing the process centrally, we've been able to deal with some of those issues. We think that this is the simplest way within which students can be able to apply for bursaries and also be admitted into, into institutions. Maybe there is a simpler one than this one, but I don't think it includes taking the application process back to the institutions.
Thank you. Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. In light of the National Student Financial Scheme that was placed under administration, does the department have any plan in place to sustain and enhance the relationship between the scheme department and the institution of higher learning, as well as to promote the public maximum awareness about the scheme, ensuring that it is easily accessible to the needy ones?
Honorable DM.
Thank you very much. I mean, our biggest preoccupation is making sure that the NSFAS is accessible to particularly learners in rural areas. And we've seen the numbers increasing over the years. So we're going to be working more on that, on ensuring that we expand its accessibility. We've been working with the Department of Labor. We've been working with, we've been working with the National Youth Development Agency. We've been working with municipalities. We've been working with different agencies which are there, which are helping us to make sure that the NSFAS is becoming accessible. They've been working on decentralizing their operations because they're mainly based in Cape Town. So they'll be, as part of the administration, finalizing that. The relationship between, part of the biggest challenge has been the working relations between the NSFAS and TVET colleges, precisely because of the capacity that TVET colleges have. And we think that we've been able to to deal with that in the first and second trimester and in the first semester. And so we'll see what happens in the last term of the TVET colleges. And so when you hear that people have not been paid and all of that, it's precisely because of some of the students in the TVET colleges, the capacity at TVET college level of those institutions to be able to interface with the NSFAS and all of that. But in the overall, the relationship between the ministry, the department, and the NSFAS and the administrator has been a very good relation. And that's why the minister has not only extended the term of the administration process, but also has asked the administrator to stay.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Zandamela.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. You said NFSAS is
Closer to your mic.
It's under administration, there's corruption. You mentioned a lot of things. So it's clear that NFSAS was not designed properly. So now why, and it has been proven beyond reasonable doubt. So why do we continue as a department funding NFSAS than introducing free education? Thank you.
Honorable DM.
The department is not funding NSFAS. The department is using the NSFAS as an agency to disperse funding to deserving students. So it's as easy as that.
Thank you. Honorable DM, we now come to question 6.5 asked by Honorable Lutuli. When will the renovation of Greater Letuba TVET College in Guyana be completed?
We're expecting to finalize the procurement of the contractor, which we believe will be done before the end of this year. And once the process of procurement has been completed, construction is expected to take 24 months. So that's in relation to question 1. And then, part 1 of that question. Part 2 of that question, the answer is simple. There are no residences on the site. So I think if the honorable member is really willing to ask questions genuinely about the Letaba College, at least they must have the decency to know all the facts about that college. There are no residences on, at Letaba College.
Honorable Lutuli.
Okay. DM, you know, it's not a crime to say I don't know, because we don't just write this question just because it's Funukvelak TV or Funuba famous, but we do our research. So, akonama residents. And DM, while when umilela uphikisa uthaweko ingane ziyareshwa, because some of them zihlala ngaphandle nezindawo ezihlala kuzona no one is taking care of it, and no one is going to check how safe it is for these kids. So while we sit here and we argue, but umonakalo uyenzeka ngaphandle, so something needs to be done. And in your first response for sub-question number 1, again, these projects, they take forever. It's like umnandi nje ukuthi i-financial year iqala iziphele lokho kuthiwa kuyenziwa, and the answers ahlezi kwama promise but ayikho action owenzakalayo. So something needs to be done, DM. Thank you.
Oh, DM.
Thank you very much. I think it's more of a political statement than a supplementary question. Yes.
Order, members.
By the admission of the honourable member, yes, the students are using outside residences or outside accommodation, because there's no, at this campus, there's no residence. And that's the first point. The second point is that as the department and as the ministry, we've made it our priority to focus on issues of gender-based violence, of sexual violence targeting women, particularly young women. We've made this a major priority for the department, not only because of what has just recently happened, but it is something that has been there, that has been ongoing. The minister has appointed a task team that comprises of various stakeholders, which is advising him on this particular issue. We're finalizing deliberations on policy guidelines for all of our institutions, but we're also making sure that as part of the infrastructure development of all of our TVET colleges and universities, part of the crucial elements that is included in that infrastructure development is the question of security. Learners must be, or students must be secure on our campuses at all material times when they are there. And you know, if the honourable member cares to look into what is happening in particular with this or with any other infrastructure program that the department has rolled out in TVET colleges. Our priority has been the question of security of our learners.
Honorable Christians? No.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I just want to know about the student support centers at TVET colleges, because it goes hand in hand with safety of our students at colleges. So I want to know, are the student support centers, have they been able to deter the rape culture on campuses? What programs do they have in place? Are they efficient and sufficient
Honorable
enough
Christians,
to operate
a
at college level?
supplementary question.
It's short.
Honorable TM.
I think we'll just, if you allow, I think we'll just have to give a written reply to that question.
Honorable
Because it's a
Matebula.
good question which requires a lot of details. for
Yes.
us to
No, we are allowed, when we are dealing with a detailed question, to table a report, a response. Honorable Matebula.
Nakesa Chairperson, Minister Loco bako vutisa ti question leti ho ka hi nga ti tivekanti ku vulavula yini. Mina no Magian and then endlin oversight ka Letaba TVET College leyi Miss Little va nga vulavula hi yona. Ku na muako lowu a ku tshama machudeni khale na khale laha. Wu nga lo tshikiwa a wu le ku tirheni, wu hlakarini. Machudeni ya boheka ku huma ya handle ya renta. Ku ve ndhawu leya khale ka yona a accommodate 200 to 300 wa machudeni. Xa vumbirhi loko va ku va appointa contractor.
Honorable Matebula. It's, when we are doing the original question, there's nothing wrong to have sub-questions, but the supplementary question should be a question, not questions. Swabumbiri ndasitiwa swa ku hlaya swa ku yini. Ya kudwa.
Loko va vulavula hi timhaka ta ku va la ku appointa mukontraktara, xana ku humelele yini mukontraktara lowo sungula va n'wi appointini a nga hetangi ku
Have the mic closer to you. Honorable DM.
Thank you. Yeah, can we finish the, I think with further details on this particular question as it relates to the entire process and why we are where we are at now. Thank you.
We'll definitely do that part to make sure that we get a detailed response that will deal with the follow-up supplementary questions. Honorable DM, we now come to question 5.5 asked by Honorable Nchabeleng, the one of the National Skills Fund. Honorable DM.
Thank you. The strategic plan of the National Skills Fund for the period 1 April 2015 until 31 March 2020 indicates that the NSFAS will fund the following key interventions through skills development funding for projects that contribute to creating and or improving economic growth and creating opportunities for learners to gain work and or work experience. In addition, providing funding for training to support the identified economic growth interventions, especially training provision for those occupations identified to be in high demand and offered through the public education and training institutions such as universities and TVET colleges. The NSFAS has set for itself the following outcomes-oriented performance indicators and targets to be mainly measured after completion of the 5-year strategic period, 2015 to 2020. Importantly, number of NSFAS-funded learners that are employed, including self-employment after completion of their education and training. A target of 47,000 was set in line with occupation in high demand, and these are planned in the main to fund learners for education and training on strategic education and training capacities. And according to the annual report, they've met this objective funding education and training. Projects aim at expanding, improving effectiveness and integrating the post-school education and training system that have successfully achieved most of the envisaged outcomes per project. And some of these projects include the Labor Market Intelligence Partnership, which is results focused, whose outcome is now used for PSAT planning, TVET College campus infrastructure development, in which 3 campuses have since been completed and are in use, which include Bambanani, Nkandla A, and Tabazimbi, and the 10 more under construction university infrastructure projects, which include the University of Pretoria Medical and Veterinary Science Facilities expansion in order to double the production capacity for MBC, HB, and veterinary scientists, respectively, University of Johannesburg's Engineering Workshop, and UCT Hair Products Laboratory, centers of specialization with strong partnerships with the private sector and public sector, Human Resource Development Council of South Africa, amongst a few. But also the NSFAS has commenced with a process to evaluate the interventions of the National Skills Fund in order to measure its contribution to reducing unemployment by considering the number of learners that obtain work experience and or placement through tracer studies, as well as the contribution to addressing priority occupations in high demand in the labor market, and to identify good practice partnerships models with public, private, state-owned enterprises, non-profit organizations, non-governmental organizations, and community-based organizations. And finally, the evaluation of the intervention will be based on the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation framework, as it will provide a basis for the National Skills Fund's new 5-year strategic plan, as well as the outcomes of the National Skills Development Plan and strategy, and the 5-year implementation plan of the National Development Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chabele.
Yeah, thanks, GM, for the elaborate answer. I nearly said I don't have any other question because you've talked to most of the issues I wanted to raise. But I just wanted to, what are the high-level outcomes of this program, if there are any that we could show that, you know, like in terms of this, we've got this major thing that is happening in the country. But at the same time, I worry, how many people know about this National Skills Fund? The last time I checked, when I talked to people in my research for this, was that people didn't know about it. So let's make it very popular and
Honorable
share
TM.
information with people.
Thank you very much. I think as I indicated, you know, the priority areas of the National Skills Fund is skills transfer. And there's a whole range of projects that the NS Fund, the National Skills Fund is funding, working together with civil society, with the private sector, funding community-led projects, which not only are about skills, but they're also about employment creation, boosting economic growth, and all of that. And I think that's a major one. Now, what was secondly introduced as part of that mandate of the high-level priorities included the National Skills Fund collaborating with universities and TVET colleges in terms of infrastructure, and as I mentioned, some of the infrastructure programs which we, which they have been involved into. And I think the third and very crucial one is their contribution towards economic growth, which we think, is one of the most crucial main objective of the National Skills Fund. Yes, people who may not necessarily be involved directly with the work of the National Skills Fund may not be aware, but of some of the work that they do. But what we encourage, which is what we have, is that through their, both the department's annual reports and their own reports, which we want them to be extensively and as widely as possible distributed, that they should be informing the public about what they do and how they can work together with organizations in order to ensure that they achieve their mandate.
Thank you. Honorable Matibe. Thank you. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Can you get closer to your mic?
It was reported to Parliament last year in September that government raided the National Skills Fund to meet the promise of no fee increase for students at tertiary institutions. 6.5 billion was earmarked for future projects, and this has been put on ice. 1.5 billion for artisan development, 1.5 billion for improving the post-school education and training system. There remains a huge demand for qualified artisans in South Africa. Does your department have any plans in place to ensure that the money is redirected to the NSF fund for artisan development in order to meet the skills shortage in the country? If not, why not? If so, what are they? Thank you.
Honorable DM.
Thank you very much. I mean, at the time, the country faced a huge crisis, and something had to be done. And unfortunately, one of the agencies that had to contribute towards dealing with that crisis was the National Skills Fund. And it meant that we had to delay in terms of the priorities that we had set. And a whole range and set of programs were compromised, not only this one. But what we really want to emphasize unequivocally is that all of those programs which were deviated still remains a major priority, not only for the National Skills Fund, but also for the department and for the country, because we actually see that just as a temporary setback. We're still focused, and we will do everything in our power to ensure that all of those objectives are met.
Thank you. Honorable Titoit.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Minister, I'd like to find out with regards to the National Skills Fund, is that open for all, or is a selected portion of the community excluded from partaking or making use of that fund?
Honorable DM.
Everyone can work with and should have access to the services of the National Skills Fund.
Thank you. Honorable DM, we now come to question 4.2. Your last question for the day from Honorable Christian.
Yeah, thank you. We must say that every university has their own policies and processes for dealing with student discipline, including processes to deal with criminal activity, and in general, any criminal activity, whether committed by student, member of staff, or community member on the university premises, would be reported to the relevant authorities. The specific details of the policies and mechanisms implemented at each university is information that is not routinely collected by the department, and therefore university by university analysis of the mechanisms utilized is not available. And in addition, universities are currently not required, in terms of the reporting regulations published under the Higher Education Act, to report on crime-related issues at universities.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I just think we need to do better. In light of the femicide, the issues that we're currently experiencing in terms of violence, I think we, as a country and as the Department of Education, we need to hold these institutions accountable for the crimes that take place at institutions of higher learning. So my only question is, how is the department going to ensure that all institutions implement these policies and programs that you have referred to in order to support these victims of gender-based violence, rather than, because in my mind, if we don't do that, we are further victimizing our students. Thank you.
Honorable DM.
Firstly, I think, so the question was as it relates to crimes in general committed on campuses. But obviously that doesn't preclude Honorable Christians to, to raise issues around gender-based violence. But as it relates to whatever crime that is committed, as is now, as I said, no university is, universities deal with them in terms of their statute, and as I said, going into each and every university statute, would be a huge task. But secondly, we have over the years, and I think the Higher Health, which was formerly known as Higher Education Aids, have been conducting surveys, interacting with universities and TVET colleges, getting a sense of, particularly as it relates to gender-based violence, what has been happening, what has been the cases, what are the policy interventions that universities and TVET colleges have put into place. We have a picture in terms of the numbers. We're constantly monitoring that. All I'm saying is that according to the Higher Education Act, universities have got a whole range of areas which they should be reporting on. This is not one of the areas, but it does not mean that we're not constantly monitoring what is happening in our universities, particularly as it relates to gender-based violence. We've made it our priority because we believe that the scourge is getting out of hand. And maybe just as an addition, as I said earlier on, is that part of what the minister is doing is considering policy proposals and guidelines to universities in terms of how they should be dealing with and responding to gender-based violence. Some of the universities, even before the minister has signed on the policy, have structured their policies in line with that. They've been extensively consulted. Most of them, if not all, are quite happy with it. And we think that in terms of monitoring, we are doing much better. And the information is available in terms of what has been happening in institutions of learning as it relates to gender-based violence. And we're quite happy to share that information with you.
Thank you. Honorable Shaikh.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, just in terms of crimes that are committed by students, is there a mandatory procedure for higher education institutions to commit such crime, to report such crimes? Thanks.
Honorable TM.
Like I said in the original response, so institutions have got their own institutional statute, and based on those institutional statutes, they then determine how they deal with crimes. But not being a lawyer and having been a lawmaker for a few years, I would assume that any institution where a crime is committed, that institution is obliged to ensure that crime is, reported with the relevant authorities, so that the criminal justice system should take effect.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think now is the appropriate time. Let me first start by thanking you, honorable members, for making members of executive coming here to account and doing it in a way without compromising the decorum of the House. I thank you for that. The second part is to thank you, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, for availing yourself and taking questions in the National Council of Provinces. Thank you, DM. Manamela. That concludes the business of the day. Honorable members, you are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the chamber. The House is adjourned.